Well, good morning to a very overcast Chesley Street. The Banks Homes Riverside is your venue. Day 2 of the Rothesay County Championship game between Durham and Nottinghamshire, which is delicately poised. Somerset 63 for 3 overnight in pursuit of Durham's 277. The not-out batsman, the Nighthawk, Jack Leach, who came in and played probably shot of the day with a lovely cover drive, and James Rue. But all to play for. Good morning, Sam Dalling.
Good morning, Ash. How are you?
I'm really good, thank you.
Excellent. I mean, we had a good day yesterday.
It was excellent.
It really was. 13 wickets, but it doesn't really tell the story. You'd think that's a very bowling-friendly pitch, but I thought Somerset bowled well. Then Durham bowled really well, but plenty of batters got starts. So it's not like a wicket where there aren't runs for a batter if you get in, if you apply yourself, if you keep going knuckle down. I feel like this could be a game that's decided by one big score.
Yeah.
If there's one player on either side, either in this Somerset innings, they'll be hoping someone goes on. Maybe James Rue makes a big 100. Durham in the second innings. I feel like that might well be decisive.
Absolutely. It's a key morning. This Durham need to pick up wickets and continue to make inroads into this Somerset batting lineup.
Could we have, Ash? It's 10:58. Could we have an even earlier wicket than yesterday? Alex Lees was dismissed at 10:59 yesterday morning. It
was the talk of the member. I walked across and had a chat with a few of the members this morning, and they were going, well, look, we lost a wicket before even the start of play yesterday. So
well, they won't be grumbling if Ben Rain knocks over
not.
James Rue or Jack Leach before 11 o'clock.
Absolutely not. So Ben Rain is going to start us off, and I must admit, it feels like we might get some rain today. The clouds around us are really dark. Currently overhead, bright sunshine. But we'll get our camera to pan across over the Don Robson Pavilion, and it looks very black indeed. It'll be Ben Rain to kick us off from the Lumley end. That strikes Leach in front, but he'll pick up a leg by... Sorry, it's Rue, isn't it? How can I get them? Jack Leach will be thrilled with that. We've got a special guest to start us off this morning. Sam, I'm going to kick you out immediately.
I know, what a shift that is. The day hasn't even started and I've already been kicked off comms.
Before 11 o'clock?
Yeah, exactly. That's the equivalent, isn't it? No, I'm happy to go.
Yeah, Alex Lees wasn't happy to go at 10:59 yesterday, but thrilled to welcome Neil Killeen into the studio. How are you, mate?
Morning, Ash. All good, thank you, yeah.
Very good. Very good. We'll have a little chat about your son in a moment.
I'm sure everything else if you want.
Around the wicket, Rain, and Leach defends. So a really nice moment that we got to witness from just on the periphery yesterday morning of two lads that have grown up together, playing a lot of cricket, went to school together, and Ben McKinney represented his first class cap yesterday morning. How was that feeling for you?
No, it was brilliant. Obviously to watch Ben present that to Mitch was a nice moment. It's always a nice moment to see anybody make that first championship game.
Rain on the money, as you would expect. Good bit of fielding there, scrambling away. Is it Cody Youssef there? Oh, it's your son. Yeah. Get up, Mitch.
Yeah, just a bit of a flop down on the floor there. But yeah, no, it was a nice moment. It's nice to get that first game under your belt. I know he's been itching. He's been in a few squads here and there, and it's just to get over that line and actually get the ball in your hand and do what you need is brilliant. And yeah, I think it might be the first father and son to play championship cricket for Durham.
Oh wow, we'll get that checked out. Oh, good from Rain. Yeah, it's got. I can't think of anywhere else. What a lovely little legacy that is. Hall of Famer sat next to me, and his son just starting his journey. I can still remember him, mate. Honestly, under the stairwells in that Don Robson Pavilion, hitting incredibles and bowling, and he's been at this ground his whole life.
Yeah, no, he's been around kind of since year dot when I was playing, and it's nice like that's a journey still going.
Absolutely. Oh, inside edge that will race away. We've seen a lot of edges in this match, which just suggests there's a nip in the pitch, lots of live grass, and Rue picks up a fortunate boundary there off Ben Rain. We'll not talk about his batting. No, I hope you just tell him you've still got loads more first-class runs at him.
Well, actually, we looked at it last night. It's so my first championship game was at Northampton in 1995. batted at 9 and got naught.
Well, if he goes on to have your career, mate, we'll be very happy.
Well, not with a bat.
And that's left alone outside the off stump. That ends the first over of the day. Somerset are 60. Where are we? 69 for 3. You can see that. Neil Killeen. Sam Dalling just getting on with life, really. So, busy period for you, mate?
Yeah, it's this last period's been pretty busy. Quite a lot of rehab work with both Carsey and Stokesy, which actually in a way has been quite nice because I've been at home quite a lot. And then a bit of travelling around the grounds, just catching up with players and coaches, just to see how they're going around Championship cricket. Just trying to build this group ahead of the Zimbabwe test and then beyond through to India and into the Ashes in the winter.
Yeah, speaking of exciting young bowlers, James Minto is going to start us off. The only one who's really swung the ball, probably last week and in this game. A lot of the bowlers on show are really hit the pitch bowlers. And Minto is definitely getting a bit of swing. Let's see if that continues this morning. And it's a gentle loosener from the youngster. And this all part of his learning process is backing up on multiple days and bowling.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, he's a very exciting talent. Not just the fact that he's left arm, the pace that he bowls, the way he bats, the all-round package. And I mean, I think he's going to certainly be one for the future, both with Durham and beyond. But I mean, he's going to take some careful managing.
Oh, that's beautifully whipped away by Jack Leach. We've seen him spend some innings of time at the crease for England. One I won't talk about. We'll talk about the Ireland one where he opened the batting. But 2 clean shots from him. One last night, and that beautiful clip off his legs this morning brings his second boundary. He moves on to 9 and scoring to 73 now for 3. Lots of exciting fast bowlers around the country, mate. Yeah,
there is. Yeah, I mean, we've got a pack at the moment, which is very exciting. You see the guys that are playing in the Test match at the moment, and look, I was so thrilled for Sam Cook to get his opportunity in this game. It's been a long time coming. He's trucked on with what he does, and to get that opportunity in this game was fantastic. And then to see Josh Tong back in that arena as well, knowing what he's gone through across the last 2 years to get back to that point, is brilliant, and testament to him and testament to a lot of people both from Notts and the ECB have got him there.
Oh, and that one shaves the off stump.
Yeah, that's the length that just causes the problems on this pitch. It's a pretty good pitch. I mean, it's a bit deceptive. You look at it and it's very green, but watching it yesterday, there's just an area where if you hit that length, something happens.
We've seen lots of drives cause issue, haven't we? And that one from Ackerman kept a little bit low last night. Yeah, Sam Cook's a great story. Probably not the stereotypical England bowler at the moment. That's good from Minto, right on the money again.
Yeah, look,
but he's just crashed the door down with weight of wickets.
Yeah, he has, and I think the way and the setup of that attack at the moment is 3 bowlers with pace, and then 1 more controlling bowler, and that's that has been obviously we had Jimmy and Brodie, so we had 2 of those. That's now flipped a little bit. We'll go with 3 quicker men and 1 of those, and he's pushed himself up to the top of that pile. Unfortunately for Potts, he didn't get his opportunity.
This one's left alone. Ends the second over of the day. Somerset 73 for 3. Yeah, but like you say, you've got some really good depth there, and there's some more to come. I'm particularly impressed with the lads from Gloucestershire, the 2 young quicks there who I'm sure will get opportunities. Are they part of the Lions squad?
Yeah, so Zaman he was with us in the winter.
Yep.
He came out to South Africa and then he did a camp with Jimmy Anderson in Abu Dhabi. He's been in and around the group for a while. Ajit has just been selected in the coming Lions game, which is next week.
On the money, Ben Rain.
Yeah, so we've got a group going down there next week to Canterbury to play India Air, which again is a very strong squad that they're sending over. And then I think the following week they're sending reinforcements again. So
prepping for the test match.
Yeah, so I don't know who we'll see the week after. We might see Shubnam Gill and them all turn out. But look, that's
great
exciting, and for a
isn't it?
young group to go out there and play that. And we've got the same. We're bringing some guys back in. Chris Wokes is hopefully going to have a game in one of the two, which will be brilliant.
Oh, and that's kept a little bit low, and it's gone. There's the first wicket of the day. And the night watchman, Jack Leach, goes, struck on the back pad. And Durham get the early breakthrough, 73 for 4.
I think it's actually James Rue.
Was the scoreboard wrong there?
Yeah, it is.
Well, it is, yeah. Well, that is a huge wicket for Durham. No disrespect to Jack Leach. That is huge. I did double take. I had a look at the scoreboard there, so I'm blaming somebody else as usual.
Very similar, same kid.
But that is a massive wicket for Durham, getting rid of James Rue, who's had a prolific start to the season.
Yeah, again, Ben Wren just, as he does, smashing that length, which generally hits knee roll straight on the stumps and causes problems. And like I said earlier, this pitch is that sort of length. When you hit that consistently, you're going to get the odd one that doesn't quite bounce the way you think.
Yeah, and I think if you look at Durham's scorecard, it ran through that some of the scores we had McKinney with 30, Gay with 41, who'll probably be the anomaly there because he was out hooking. Beddingham 17, Robinson top scoring with 52, and then Ackerman with 30, Rain with 25, and Minto with 34. So lots of starts for the Durham batters. So as you suggest there, if you can keep putting that ball in good areas, you're a chance to take a wicket on this surface.
Yeah, it's a pitch where I think if you spoke to the batters, they probably feel like they're never fully in. There's always a ball that can cause you problems, and I think as long as the bowlers are prepared to keep bashing that length, there's going to be reward in it.
Yeah, spoke with Graham Onions after. I'm not sure if you caught the interview. You did get a mention just about the amount of smiles between the three of you, your son and Graham, who smiled the least. It was a good competition. But
it depends whether Graham's got to go at the bar or not, doesn't it?
Well, I've never seen that yet. It's Ben Rain. First ball to Archie Vaughan, who's at the crease. Yeah, I did a podcast, which you were definitely part of, over COVID. And one of the questions I asked was, who was that? Was it my roundophobic? I think it was the term that I used. Who was the least likely to get a round in? And I think out of the 10 episodes I did, I reckon he featured in 9 of those. He actually said straight after, we're going for a beer. And I headed up to Chesley Street to watch the T20, so I bet he didn't get them in though. Archie Vaughan on the front foot, solid in defence. But yeah, it was a nice moment. He was talking about the good feeling of Mitch and getting a wicket with a really good ball as well. And I messaged Mitch last night. I says, yeah, good spell, good start. And what do you think he responded with?
Thanks.
No, I got more than that. It was not bad, apart from the pie that I threw up straight after. So
yeah, he said he went searching.
Ben Rain. Again, as Neil mentioned there, targeting the stumps. Neil Killeen with me, Durham Hall of Famer, part of the England bowling coaching group. Son Mitchell Killeen on County Championship debut. Really exciting times. And great to see him get that opportunity. He'll have been frustrated, no doubt, throughout the earlier part of the season. I'll touch on that in a moment. Ben Rain right on the money. Wicket maiden. See a lot of maidens from Ben Rain. This one includes a wicket. And Somerset are 73 for 3. I spoke to Ryan Campbell a little bit last week around the frustration of somebody like Mitch, who will have looked at that Worcester game probably in particular thinking, I'm going to get an opportunity here, and watching lone players come in and I don't want to say take the opportunity away, but kind of push ahead of him. So I think testament to him and his resilience that he's up and ready to go here this week.
Yeah, well, he's got to just keep going. I think that was a blow to his confidence, if I'm being honest.
Yep.
And I understand why. If I'm in that position, I feel exactly the same.
Yep.
I understand sort of Durham's predicaments as well with the attack.
Oh, that's gone through. There's a big appeal. I'm not sure if that's back pocket from Jack Leach, who is turning around and quizzically looking at Ben McKinney, who's basically just laughing in his face. But good areas from Minto.
But yeah, it's been hard for Ryan to balance the team.
Yeah.
It's all of the injuries and which again it must be extremely frustrating to have as many bowlers out at the same time.
Yeah.
Makes it very difficult to get the balance right, and I totally understand that.
Oh, this one again beats the edge. This one, the outside edge. Leach looking to score. Which is good, that's his role. I think he realises that if he spends enough time out here, there might be just one with your name on it.
Yeah, it's just with the conditions today, it's a little bit sort of overhead conditions, and it's quite muggy actually today. It's quite
really humid,
quite warm and humid, so the ball's doing a little bit.
This one is edge down to third man.
But they did say last night, I spoke to Mitch last night, and he said that the ball wasn't a great ball. I think they tried to change it late on in the day yesterday, and I think he said that it's gone out of shape a little bit, and I think it was a lead and edge actually went through the covers off Mitch, and it looks like the edge just gone like a square edge. Seems to be a common occurrence at the moment with balls being changed again.
Yeah, seeing a little bit more this year than we did last year. We obviously had that horror year a couple of years ago where it seemed we didn't get through 10 overs without having a ball change. Durham searching for the fifth. This one's cut away well by Leach. Got a little bit of width from Minto. And he climbed into that and will pick up his, consecutive boundaries. Moving on to 17 now, Jack Leach. 81 for 4. Just talk to us a little bit about the rehab from Ben Stokes and Bryden Cast that you've had to take them through up here.
Yeah, well, I'll start with Bryden. He's obviously came back from a problem with his toe, where his first toe was splitting across the first knuckle on there, and he had to give that a period of time to heal and recover, and he might have knocked that into the... Oh, it's going to hold up just before the rope. Cody Youssef doing the work out in the deep. It's definitely a knock on, but a lovely shot again from Jack Leach. Yeah, so he's had a period of time where just letting that settle down and building himself back up again. So we had a nice period where we could actually work on building his volume back up to get him into the game last week. The original plan was he was going to play 2 championship games, but they then picked him in the white ball squad. So we just flipped that a little bit and allowed him to do some white ball practice this week. But he's now in a place, bowled nicely through last week's game. I think it and then he'll go into the white ball game.
It was the best I've seen him in a first outing. I thought he got some really good rhythm in maybe his third and fourth spells have probably came through at best. I think he's somebody who just needs to bowl, doesn't he?
Yeah, he just needs some bowling, and I mean we had the chance to do quite a lot of bowling beforehand, and it was a nice opportunity for him to just do a bit of coaching, a bit of skills work, just to get some stuff back into him with his grips and wrists, and so that was nice. And then Ben, very similar actually. I mean he's had a long period out with his hamstrings, which has been frustrating. He's got himself in phenomenal shape.
I've said the last couple of weeks I've never seen him look as fit, and which is saying a lot about Ben as well. Oh, that's right in the shin, but I think done too much. And Ben Rain answers that question himself and gets a nod from the umpire as well.
And then, again, similar to Carsey, we had a chance to do just a little bit of technical tweaking with him, just revisit some areas that, because of the schedule, hasn't had a chance to sort of look at for a while. And again, build his volume up. And I don't know whether you watched any of them bowl yesterday in the test match.
I haven't seen, unfortunately.
It was very, very nice to watch.
I've been lucky to see a lot of the process of him getting back to fitness, and he's an addictive man, isn't he? Just absolutely loves it.
Yeah,
good leave.
He's a true professional. He does everything to the best of his ability and more.
Yeah,
he pushes himself that extra yard, and he gets everything he possibly can out of his body, which is great to see, and that's what makes him such a great leader.
Yeah, I've seen him here several times, even in the lunch break, and there's just something about him, isn't there? Just the way he carries himself. He has a presence, and when when he's doing his fitness, he's doing his fitness. Like you say, probably even a bit harder than what he should be, just getting himself ready for what's going to be a busy summer. Ben Rain really targeting the stumps here from Jack Leach's perspective. And yeah, it must have been, a nice moment for you, even just seeing him get back out on the park. And then Zimbabwe, to be fair, looked like they'd had a pretty reasonable start, and then for him to come in and kind of wreak a bit of havoc.
He should have had a wicket. No ball first ball, should have had a wicket second ball, and then came through and bowled beautifully. Hopefully he doesn't get a chance to bowl second innings, but it'd be nice for him to get some more overs under his belt.
Oh, this one's through again, a little bit low, that one. And we got asked a question on the live stream yesterday. Do the ECB directives still count in first-class cricket for somebody like James Minto?
Well, the ECB directives are guidelines.
Yeah.
So, again, it's to the discretion of the captain and umpires. I think as long as you use them in the right way, then if there's an opportunity to win a game and an opportunity to get a 5 for, well, yeah, you can bowl.
There you go. Right on the money, Ben Rain.
But in general, somebody like Minty, you're not going to bowl on more than 4 or 5 overs anyway. So
yeah. I think I was looking at a maximum 6 over spell for somebody of his age, and 15 in a day, I think, is the guidelines.
Yeah, that's the guidelines.
Yeah. Last ball of the 22nd over. And this is edged and doesn't carry, much to the frustration. How close do you need to stand? We were talking about it yesterday, maybe going the old Trescothic and going on knees with a helmet on.
Yeah, it's a little bit frustrating when you see the ball not carrying, especially as a quick. And I think it carries from almost further back, but that full nick length like that, for that not to carry, yeah, it's a shame. And how we get that back up here, I'm not quite sure, to be honest. I know you've had Vic on a few times.
Yeah.
And his opinions on carry is, I know they've experimented with different lengths of grass.
Yeah. I
was down at Leicester last week with the first class counties game, and they've been experimenting this year with leaving 16 mil of grass.
Really? Wow.
Alfonso Thomas feels that helps the carry.
Okay.
They didn't leave that on for us in the game. It was 12, but
yeah, this is, the wicket last week had 12 on. This has 10. I'm assuming you've been out and had a look at the pitches. A beautiful even covering of grass. He's saying this is probably the driest pitch he's ever had. So it's, again, just trying to get that combination of the right moisture content, the right hardness, and the right grass covering to make that ball really fly through. And maybe we'll just talk about the height as well of Durham's bowling.
Yeah, well, you saw that obviously with their attack yesterday. They've got a lot more height, and when they did get quite a bit of carry when they slammed it into the pitch. It's that kind of fuller length which seems to not carry here, which is, like I say, can get frustrating with Durham's attack, really.
And it makes it very difficult at slip as well, fielding behind the wicket. You get closer and closer, and your actual reaction time decreases.
So not like you're standing just outside the circle at the Grange offshore.
Yeah, not quite. That was easy. No, everybody talks about fielding at slip. Had the pleasure of fielding at slip to a few quicks, and I found probably the hardest was you with the keeper standing up. I always found that really difficult, and I hated Ian Hunter because there was nothing that ever got nicked was over knee height. It was always really low and difficult to catch. For those that don't know, Ian Hunter, he probably got it up to around the high 80s. But again, very skiddy. So that one's a big swing and a miss from Jack Leach.
Yeah, lovely areas now and shape from James Minto. He's got the ball swinging beautifully.
There's been a few questions knocking around the weather. There's some heavy overnight rain, and the ground staff have done brilliantly to get us underway on time. There are some menacing clouds knocking around, but at the moment, fine for play. Oh, he's gone for the Yorker Minto, which Leach tickles around the corner. So are you part of the coaching group for the A squad?
Yeah, I'm going to do all that series.
Excellent.
My role now covers all of the Lions cricket, so work alongside Fred and in that group. We've got Neil McKenzie in with us as well, which is a nice mix.
He doesn't tape everybody's butts to the ceiling, does he?
No, he's not quite as superstitious now as what he was when he was playing. But yeah, it's a good, nice group. Mike Yardy did some work with us last week. Swanee comes in and does some stuff at times. So yeah, it's good. We've got a lot of Lions cricket this summer. Hopefully, 2 games against India, a series, white ball series against Pakistan, which will be really nice. And then we go parallel with the Ashes in November.
Outstanding.
So back to your neck of the woods for a period.
Yeah, I might try and if certain people are selected, I might try and nick back and have a look. Quite Ackerman standing there pretending to stand in front of McKinney. But it is difficult to know exactly where to stand, and then you get really tight as a slip cord and you're not sure who's catching what. Archie Vaughan, a little leading edge. Seen much of Vaughan playing?
Yeah, I've seen quite a bit. He's exactly the same age as Mitch, so they've played against each other a lot.
Yep.
And McKinney as well, coming through. And then I've watched him. He came out with us to South Africa with the Lions group. Initially, he came out early as one of the batters from the Young Lions group. So saw him bat out there, and yeah, he shapes up really well. And is a very useful off spinner, which obviously we didn't see it yesterday, but
it's a good leave. Almost like club cricket where the slips and the keeper is standing. I don't think I've ever seen them so close.
It's probably closer than club cricket, if I'm being honest. You'd see normally a bit more carry on club pitches.
Ben Rain asking all the questions this morning. Picked up the early wicket of James Root. Bowling beautifully around that 4th and 5th stump line with a little bit of nip off the seam. That's an excellent leave from Archie Vaughan.
Yeah, Archie's had a good summer. He's started off at the top of the order, and they've then had this sort of juggle of their players and a bit of experimentation with their lineup. And yeah, it worked last game.
Yeah, we noticed that last week, and then Sam's obviously Somerset Sam really. Has been keeping an eye on it. He wasn't sure if they were going to continue with the experiment with Umeed being part of the side, but looks like he's going to slot into the middle order.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, obviously, Lewis Gregory's been a very good cricketer, but to put Josh Davey up there is an interesting experiment.
Been singing the praises of Archie Vaughan here. Do you know what? He hasn't even come into bat yet. It's Tom Abel at the crease.
So it is. They did put Vaughan up on the board, actually, when we came in.
Yeah. Oh, well, so you can blame them as well. That's good. It wasn't just me. Somebody's actually just put on the stream there. That's Tom Abel batting. Thank you so much. And Archie Abel climbs into a drive, but can't beat mid-off. Where was Somerset Sam when we needed him there? You know what I mean? Just leave it hanging us out to dry. I bet you got messages about it as well, haven't you?
They're very polite. Would you mind telling your colleagues? Tom Abel, not Archie Vaughan. You start Abel wrong, then you can call Ian Shepherd out.
Come on, Shep. You're better than that. So a couple of questions on the live chat. Sonny Baker. What do you think of Sonny Baker down at Hampshire?
Yeah, very exciting. He had a great winter with us during the winter. He came out obviously to Australia and did very, very well. Good pace, good skills. Very exciting, and he's played I think 4 championship games this summer so far, and he's done pretty well, to be fair. Got his first championship 5 for. Yeah, very exciting. Look forward to seeing what's next for him.
Very good.
He's another one that'll be in the group next week.
Excellent stuff. Well, your son is on to bowl. He's going to come round the wicket to Jack Leach. And that one, I'm not really sure how to describe that one. Well, it's definitely down leg side, and I'm not sure it actually bounced.
It's pitched and ran along the floor, which is
Yeah.
very bizarre.
Don't say that very often. The poor Ollie Robinson has to turn around and watch umpire Kettleborough raise his arm for buys. That is 4 buys. Also asking, have you seen the younger Roo play?
Yeah, we had him last week. I did the first class counties game last week. He actually batted exceptionally well, scored 100 against Zimbabwe, and looked the part.
Oh, wow. Getting asked lots of questions now. Nice full face of the bat. How was he supposed to answer this? Who was the better coach, Jimmy Anderson or Tim Southey? You don't have to answer that, mate.
Yeah, I think they're both good in their own right. They're both very different people, very different bowlers, and I'm sure they're very different coaches.
Yeah, both had outstanding careers.
But can both offer a great deal of assistance and help to the bowlers.
Very good. Asking if you and Mitch ever played together. Yeah, you played quite a few games together.
Yeah, we played a little bit of club cricket for Burner Field together, which was nice, quite nice.
Round the wicket. Oh, and that beats everything. And that's the area that I think Killeen's really got to focus in on. Just around that 4th stump. Yeah, somebody asking, was there... Did you... all 3 of you play together, did you?
Yeah, we did, Jeff. A game at Felon.
Okay.
All 3 of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, Johnny doesn't play now, but he's talking about starting to bowl again, which is quite nice. Yeah, his little lad, grandson Marshall's, did his first All-Stars last night.
Love it.
So that was brilliant. I think he loved it. So that was good to see. I think he's actually coming down this afternoon.
Oh,
so.
nice one.
Yeah, so be nice. If Johnny starts bowling again, that'd be interesting.
Phew. Really got it through at stages, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did well for a while in the academy, and then it just didn't quite work for him.
Good channel there from Killeen. Abel allows that one through. And tidy over. Just the one off the bat and the buys. Somerset just eking into that deficit now. 94 for 4. 183 behind. What does a bowling coach... Yeah, what do you do? What does a bowling coach do? That's a question on there. He watches bowlers, tries to make them better.
Yeah, just try and help and advise the bowlers to be the best they can be. Best versions of themselves, I think, is probably the best way to describe it.
Rain to continue. Jack Leach punching off the back foot. Yeah, I mean, you'll know even from your own action, like bowling is such an individual thing. At this stage, the guys that you're dealing with, is it really minor kind of technical things, or do you really go back to...
Yeah, I think at different times. I mean, obviously speaking to Bunny quite a lot in what he does now, the winter's the big time for anything technical, really. During the summer, unless you're coming back from an injury, it's more just around top-ups and more around maintenance and keeping things in the right frame and the right shape.
It's guided nicely by Jack Leach down to 3rd man. And he will pick up another boundary. Going nicely, Leach moves on to 26.
I mean, the schedules don't really offer a huge amount of time to do too much actual coaching, to be honest, during the summer. For these lads, for county cricket, it's grueling schedule. Yeah. You look at what they've played now, 7 first-class games already. These lads, like for somebody like Ben Rain, to get through 6 out of 7 games is a phenomenal effort. You look at the overs he's bowled already this summer.
Yeah.
That's testament to him as a player and as a bowler. But I mean, you look around the country and the way that they're having to manage their groups of bowlers just to get them through.
And that one is absolutely nailed by Jack Leach. A little bit of width. And beautifully cut away for 4 more. And that will bring up the Somerset 100.
Yeah, there's certainly no room for any width on this pitch, that is for sure. Anything that's been slightly off the stumps is got hurt.
$102 for 4 now, Somerset. Jack Leach on 30. And this is where, as a fielding and a bowling group, the night watchman really starts to irritate you once they get that innings going on the second day. This is in the air and caught nicely by Emilio Gay.
I think that's you striking again, Ash, isn't it?
I did it last night. Maybe twice? Twice. That's definitely better than anything I've done in my career. Taken 3 for. Jack Leach driving, got width actually. And good field placement actually from Durham there. Emilio Gay a little bit deeper. And held a very good catch low to his right. So that ends Jack Leach. Stay at the crease. Durham have 5. 102 now for 5, Somerset. Handy knock from Jack Leach. And good reward for Ben Rain, who's bowled really well this morning. Picked up his 2nd of the day. Right, I'm waiting here. On the live stream, tell me who's coming in. Andy Umeed. Apparently, according to the ground announcer. I'm sure even the ground announcer said Archie Vaughan as well. I'm blaming everybody else apart from myself.
It was definitely on the board saying Archie Vaughan.
So somebody's asked there, who was the best coach that we've played under? I'll let you go first, mate.
Oh, very good.
It's a good question, that.
Yeah, it's hard for me to go away from Jeff Cook. He gave me the opportunity right at the start, and then the way that he moulded that team throughout to get the success that we did from basically nothing was testament to him and the person that he is. I mean, we've had some good coaches up here as well. I mean, I enjoyed my time under Norman Gifford. That was fun.
Good character.
Giff was a brilliant guy, brilliant character. And I mean, from a bowling point of view, obviously Alan Walker's been heavily involved throughout my career across there. My very first coach was an interesting one. That was a guy called Troy Cooley.
Oh, no. Yeah, the truck, yeah.
So Troy actually taught me how to bowl.
Okay.
He was overseas at Arnfield playing when I first started up. And
so he's responsible for your action.
3 there. Well, actually, yeah, I was a little bit quicker, I thought, when I first, but he felt like I threw it.
Okay.
So he kind of changed my action and got me doing what I did. There's times where I wished he'd actually just left me alone and I could have been a little bit quicker. But no, we still speak quite a lot. Obviously, Troy came and did the job with England as well.
Yep.
And he's now in India doing a job across the Indian Academy, I think, now. But yeah, great guy.
Very good. I'd have to go back to there's a guy called Neil Holder, nicknamed Noddy, who was my batting coach in Australia, who was phenomenal. And I think a lot of the guys on the county circuit, when they went to Perth, they spent a lot of time with Noddy. I think Rob Key still speaks about him as being a big part of his career. So yeah, for me, just the way he coached was probably ahead of his time, asking questions of you rather than everything being tell. It was a lot of dialogue, so it wasn't necessarily just hitting thousands of balls. It was a lot about communication and feel and trying to figure it out for yourself. As you know, as a cricketer, it's a massively individual game and everybody's a little bit different. There are some basics that you absolutely want to adhere to, but then around that you've got your own individuality. So bringing the best out of individuals, I think, is key to being a good coach. Mitch Killeen's going to continue. The Mead on strike, just off the mark in the last over. Oh, just going down leg. But I like the length from Killeen there.
Not sure if that was his innie he's gone for there straight up, but
Well, if anybody would know, it'd be you, mate. You've watched him bowl enough balls over the time now. He's definitely put a yard or two on over the winter.
Yeah, he's worked hard across the winter. Sam's had him working hard in the gym. And
swing there. Like, nice shape away from the right-hander in Hamid. Very aggressive trying to climb into that one.
yeah, he's quite an aggressive player, and he's or can be.
Got a little fire actually going on over the
There's some proper black smoke coming up.
back of the Bannatyne's gym.
Looks like the
Further away than that, but
Marks and Spencer's garages or that sort of area.
that's apparently where I'm getting tea from tonight. Sam Blacklock's just mentioned there's something on fire over the back. Yep, we can see that, Sam. Might have to get Ross, if Ross is awake in there, to get Jay upstairs to have a little peek above the Bannatyne's gym. Lots of black smoke coming from there.
Yeah, you're up towards the is it the Dunn Industrial Estate?
Yeah,
Is that
got
up there?
towards Birtley, aren't you? Yeah. Oh, nice from Killeen. Really good areas as he beats the bat. And as you said earlier, that's the length that seems to be carrying through to the keeper. Anything a little bit fuller than that, it's just skidding on.
It's just that sort of almost like you've got to hit the length. It's kind of the old Riverside length that it used to go a bit more up and down.
Yeah, absolutely. Good again from Killeen. Another question, who's the best bowler that you've played with? And that, again, another tough question.
Yeah, there's quite a long list of them, to be fair, up here. I've probably got to say my best mate in Harmy. He's up there, certainly with... I mean, the one I really enjoyed opening the bowling with was Shoaib.
Yeah.
For a number of different reasons, but...
It was an interesting combination. Killeen right on the money there, made an over.
Yeah, some of the reasons I enjoyed Shoaib we probably can't go into. But the fact that he was such good pace made my job at the other end so easy, because all I kind of had to do was what these two are trying to do now, was hit that length, and people would try and score off me because they were petrified of Shoaib at the other end. I remember a game we played, actually Somerset.
It was.
We bowled Somerset out here.
Petrified.
And Shoaib got 4 for it, and I think I got 4 for it at the other end. And I think Ian Blackwell camped at the non-striker's end so he could basically face me and try and park me into that stand.
Not as stupid as he looks, Blackie.
No, he wasn't, though.
Great cricketer.
Yeah, I think it was Wes Durston might have made his debut that game and wore one in front of his face off Shoaib to short leg for naught. And I just remember the Somerset court shouting at him for not getting in line, and it was the most horrific ball I've ever seen. Yeah, I mean, we've had a number of good bowlers, to be fair.
Chubby as well.
Simon Brown, right back at the start, was outstanding.
That short and hooked away well. It was all the way for 6.
I really enjoyed my time working in and around Sean Pollock when he was here. Just to see the skill set that he had was phenomenal. He was a proper operator. But we've had some exciting bowlers through the times. I mean, you've just got to look at Ed Graham, Liam Plunkett. I mean, all of those guys have been fantastic. And
it's
now
a beautiful drive there, just overcorrecting a little bit. Ben Rain and Andy Umid is off to a flyer.
And then you come into the current group with Woody and these guys, Stokesy, Potsy. Testament to the club for keep finding these guys and keep coming through. And I mean, you have to mention John Windows in that.
Yeah, absolutely.
That academy group that he keeps bringing through time after time after time has been phenomenal. And the network that he's got around him to sort of find those guys out there in the leagues.
Some more coming through as well. That is for sure. Oh, Ben Rain.
That's a nice one.
Thick inside edge. That's the area.
2 seconds, I'm just going
I've been told to stop praising the batters. Important phone call from Neil Killeen's going to take there. Somebody called Luke Wright. Yeah.
Who's
stop
that
getting
bloke? Who's that bloke you're sat next to? I want him on the staff.
Stop getting the wickets. Oh, a thick outside edge, but controlled, you would have to say, that time from Abel.
Fascinating listening. Showback, I think, played one game for Somerset.
Oh, really?
I remember him playing against Somerset. I think in the reverse game that year, down at Taunton.
Right.
I don't know if Neil played or not. But
I didn't play that one. I played the one here.
A young James Hildreth scored 100.
Right.
And about a second or third game against Showback, which was quite an achievement. But Somerset played Pakistan. Who did they play? They played Australia. I think it might be the 2001 Ashes tour.
Okay.
As a warm-up game. And Sherbak and Amir Sahel were drafted in just to play in that one game for Somerset.
Wow.
And I think, and there's maybe stories that, again, let's go in the same bucket as Neil Killeen. I think he bowled in the first innings, Sherbak. I'm not sure he was
able.
Able. I don't think people knew he was able. I'm not sure he was still around.
Oh, really?
The second
Just
innings.
disappeared.
I can't recall exactly. I'll try and get the scorecard out.
Interesting character.
I bet. I mean, he'd have enjoyed bowling with him. You probably got a serious rest down at third or final leg because his run
Some long overs, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Some long overs.
I remember. I came here for a one-day cup game.
A risky single, but gets home.
What are we talking about? About 2003, maybe. I remember sitting up in one of the stands there, and I'm pretty sure Shoaib was playing for Durham, and the keeper was standing just on the edge of the 30-yard circle. Frightening stuff.
He mentioned again, we played Scotland. They were part of the one-day competition in those days. And I was at slip, and I was on the 30-yard circle. In fact, a game that I had, I mean, it was a horror game that we played. In fact, Martin Moxon, our coach at the time, just grabbed his clothes and decided that he was going to drive home from Taunton. I think the words were, "Don't get arrested," and that were the only words that he actually spoke as he disgustingly picked up all his clothes and walked out, which we were just sat there going, what has happened there? But we got absolutely belted by Somerset that day. Oh, that's close. That's a good shout, and he's gone. It's a great area from Killeen, and he picks up the wicket of Tom Abel, LBW.
Yeah.
Go and take another phone call, Dad.
Somerset wicket has fallen without Ashthorpe bigging up the Somerset batter as well. Tom Abel knew, didn't he?
Yeah.
As soon as that hit him on the pads, he turned away. He didn't want to look back at the umpire. What a brilliant start it's been for Durham this morning. Somerset 6 down for 116. All of a sudden, that original total posted by Durham is looking quite imposing. And how important, Ash, might that 50 partnership for the last wicket be as well? Just as Somerset would have felt that, because if they'd have picked up that last wicket very quickly, they'd have felt they'd have rolled Durham out, and actually they almost got up to what we thought was a par score. Well, right now it's looking above par, 277. Somerset a long way short of it.
That's a big wicket, Tom Abel. And this time I believe Archie Vaughan replaces Tom Abel. I do apologise this morning. I think we were sold down the river a little bit. Too busy chatting to me mate Neil Killeen as well.
Yeah, I'm embarrassed, but I had my head down writing an article. I was writing about the disability, the upcoming disability series between England and India. There's so many Indian touring sides. There's the Test side, the Lions game, which I think I'm very lucky to be doing some comms on, one of those two. There's an under-19 series, and there's a pan-disability tour.
Oh, really?
Which is very exciting. So,
nice.
There's plenty for both English and Indian cricket fans. I've done Sherb a disservice there. He bowled 7 overs. To be fair, he bowled 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 9 in that second innings, and I think then at that point he walked off.
It might have been at the end of a day's play. He just disappeared.
Ian Blackwell played in that game, as did Jason Kerr, current Somerset head coach. Your mate JL played in that one.
Did he?
Yeah. Yes, and Amir Sahel opened the batting for Somerset.
Oh, good. I remember I went home to Perth, and Australia were playing Pakistan at the Wacker. And Justin often just used to come down the cricket club during the Test match or beforehand and get his prep in with batting coach Noddy Holder. And I said, I'm catching up with Shoaib after the first day's play. Oh, he bats like his dad, doesn't he? Beautifully tucked away off his hip. And well fielded out in the deep by Cody Youssef.
He's done brilliantly there.
Quite reminiscent of some of Archie Vaughan's fielding yesterday. Got round there and flicked it up before it met the boundary. Vaughan's off the mark with a beautiful 3. And I can't repeat the exact words, but he frightens that you can... I'm going to use the word life out of me.
Yeah.
It might have been an expletive.
And I can't imagine JL is a man that says he's frightened of things very often.
He definitely. And he bowled quick. That I don't know if you've seen any highlights of that Test match. It's nicely pushed down the ground by Hamid, who started off full of purpose. Alex Lees collects that and almost dives rugby league style under the post to score. Good work by the skipper. Ends an interesting over. 120 for 6 on the board for Somerset. A successful over from Mitch Killeen.
Yeah, Shoaib picked up 5 for 30. It's become like the Shoaib Akhtar show, hasn't it, this morning? Why not? 5 for 35 he picked up in that one-day game I was recalling up here. I think Somerset may have won it. Yeah, they did chase down 187. Some names in that Durham side. Nicky Peng.
Yep.
Gordon Mutchell. Gary Pratt. The Colonel. Graham Bridge.
What year was that? Was that 2003?
2003, August 2003.
I probably got sacked by then.
Right, what have we got? Change of bowling? I think we might. Down.
Yeah,
At
might be time for Cody Youssef, I think.
Lumley end. Yeah, it is Cody Youssef. I enjoyed watching him, but I've enjoyed watching all of these guys bowl, actually. Weirdly, for someone who's done a fair bit of Durham, I'm watching...
A brand new attack.
Brand new attack, really,
Apart
yeah.
from Ben Ray.
Killeen. Minto's first time I've seen him live, and the first time I've seen Cody Youssef as well. A couple of slips. Hamid lets that one run through. It'd be interesting to see how Hamid goes about it. He had that reputation because of the really slow 100 he scored for Warwickshire years and years ago of being a bit of a blocker. But actually he's quite an expansive player. Has the title of the Metro Bank King. He scored runs for fun in the One Day Cup. Hasn't quite cemented a place in the Red Bull side like he'd have hoped. There's that spot for an opener. He played one game as an opener this year, a few last year. Chance. I mean, today's batting order, it's a little bit juggled around because of the night watcher. That's a nice shot. Good hand on it, though, from the fielder. In the covers, takes the Ben Rain, I think, takes the pace off it. Gets up slowly. And they take one. He's good fun, Andy Hamid. Does a lot of content on social media. He's very open. I spoke to him about it. He said, look, I know I get a few comments. People are going to take the Michael out of me. But actually, it gets a lot of young cricketers contacting him for tips. And he's very good at getting back. He's like, I want to give back, a little bit back. So he's very happy to help youngsters and try and guide them. He's definitely been working on his videos as well.
Definitely not my strong suit, social media.
No, I tried it a little bit last year and I've given up on it. But I think he's got a GoPro and he's got a bit more editing going on, so he's definitely.
Yeah, I missed it. We used to do like
I know
pre-day previews and everything like that. I've missed it.
Yeah, maybe we should do it. We'll do one. Not tomorrow. We'll do one on day 4. We'll do a closer play.
It's a date.
I'm sure it's somewhere in my bag. The cameras. Gully goes in for Archie Vaughan. How did Chester Street get on last night?
They won.
T20, okay.
They won. Sacriston posted 160. And we managed to knock it off in around the 14th over, I think, which was... We had one of our openers went absolutely berserk, Andrew Smith. For those that follow local cricket, they'll be fully aware of him. He had a night out. Scoring 100.
Keep an eye on all the club games going on today as well. We'll have to do a roundup at some point. It is Saturday, isn't it?
It is indeed.
It is Saturday.
I've got plenty of other things wrong, but I think it is Saturday. Yep, check the watch. Saturday the 24th of May.
Obviously, watch tells you that. It doesn't tell you whether it's Tom Abel or
It definitely didn't tell me that.
I'll have a look round the grounds as well at the end of this over.
I'm a bit more familiar with their kit now, what they're using and things like that as well. Look, the Miller Champ bat. Archie Vaughan with the gun and more. I was expecting that as well, like his dad used to use. Yeah, 100%.
Bit of extra bounce from Youssef. Vaughan plays it well. And the over 30 gone, 121 for 6. I used to love those Gunnermore stickers. Trescothick used...
Yeah.
Though I'm not sure if Trescothick... maybe I shouldn't say this. I don't know if he definitely used M&H at the start. And there were always rumours when we were a kid that he was not maybe using the same bat as the stickers.
A lot of people back in the day used to use some of the handmade brands. So you would have definitely Millerchamp and Hall.
Bradbury became very
Bradbury, you
popular.
had a company called Warsop in Essex. And then you would put your sponsor stickers over the top.
Are they still going, Bradbury? A lot of the...
No,
the Aussie
Bradbury
Test
aren't
team-
actually. I asked somebody, so the Holder family in Perth run a big sports shop called Revo Sports, as in Revolution. And I asked about Bradbury and I said, no, they're not on the market anymore, but...
Because Paul and Sally came to Taunton and they lived in Bishop's Lydeard and they played at Taunton.
Yeah,
for
so
years.
they used to make the Millerchamp bats back in the day and then went off on their own. That's a gorgeous drive, but won't beat mid-off. It's the right length to be bowling, though, from Killeen. So, yeah, there was lots of... If one it tend to be a trend, if one person got a good bat, everybody would go and buy a bat. The company that I use, Kipax, there's a few guys that they make bats for that change the stickers. I'm not going to mention any individuals, but that is definitely the case. Oh, that's out. It's got to be out. Yes, and it is. That's pitched on middle and seamed away and hit Hamid on the back leg. And it took a little bit of consideration from umpire Kettleborough, but then the finger went up. And Killeen strikes again. Keep talking, Dad. He's on the phone at the back of the room. And Killeen picks up his second of the morning. Look good.
Yeah, you were so short, and umpire Kettleborough just kept you
Yeah, he
waiting for
did.
a little bit. You were like, oh,
He did. Come on,
what?
give it.
I've gone big on that as well. You
I
went
went
in
early.
hard. Yeah, you did. I liked it. You were right. Looking at it again, what a brilliant morning it has been for young Mitch Killeen. 3 for 21. Somerset in real trouble here. Hamid goes for a brisk 14. And we're 7 down. And imagine it'll be Craig Overton in next. Let's have another look at that wicket. Yeah, he just gets stuck, squared up.
The only question might have been height for
Yeah.
Kettleborough to consider, but there hasn't been many balls from that length that have gone over the stumps. Yeah, it took a bit more convincing than me. I was almost appealing as that struck the back pad. So you talked about not being biased. That was definitely my bias shining through there.
I think it's okay to be biased, right, though. These are the in-house club stream. We talk a lot about it at various different places. I don't mind that. You've got to have your bias. I'll bring a bit of balance.
You do that.
So I'm happy.
I'm a bit more biased than others. Mitch is one of my kids from Parkview as well, so seen a lot of him over the years. Like seen him growing up as well. Like I said, I can still picture him under the stands at Durham playing cricket and being annoyed when you walk past that he had to stop playing his game. You were interrupting his cricket. But nah, lovely to see him out there.
Must give you a lot of pride. Nah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just nice. Like I've played with his old man for a while and coached with his old man, and just like you say, you see him grow up, and then you see them go out and express themselves out on the pitch. It is a nice moment. 'Tis Overton at the crease, and that's a leading edge, and it's caught. 2 in 2 for Killeen. Emilio Gay taking a really sharp catch in the gully. Superb catch. Killeen is on a hat trick. Should we shut the door?
There was a nod of the head from the dad. He's very professionally doing his job. He's still on the phone, but yeah, Mitchell Killeen is on a hat trick. That was a beauty, wasn't it? I was about to say there's a lot of responsibility on Craig Overton's shoulders here. He's knuckled down over the last couple of years. He's batted in precious situations, but he got a very good ball. It was a sharp catch from Emilio Gate.
I'm not sure that was a great ball.
Do you not think?
Have a look at the replay.
Okay.
That was heading down the leg side and the leading edge. But I'll tell you who won't care is Mitchell Killeen and Durham.
Let's bring him back on.
And Father Killeen, who... Oh, you're coming in now. He's on a hat trick.
Yeah, I saw all three, but I was just talking to Luke Wright there. I think they're looking for an all-rounder for next week. So
yeah,
I'm
available.
Yeah, I've said your name.
Oh, it's all-rounder, not just all-round. But yeah, Mitch Killeen, on fire this morning. He's picked up his third of the morning, 2 in 2, and he's on a hat-trick. 121 for 8. Lots of comments from Somerset fans on the live chat. It's great to have you on board. And I tell you what, there's nothing worse than having to get all your gear on as quickly as you can and he's rushed down the stairs.
Here's a question for you.
Come on then.
Does a timed out count as a hat-trick?
It can't. Surely not. I'd claim it. If it was me bowling, I'd absolutely take it.
But then, does that cancel your hat-trick
Oh, wow.
if it's a timed out? There's a cricket
There you
knowledge.
go. Get on there on the stream.
Come on, followers. What have you got?
Any match refs / umpires /
If there was a timed
Nuffies of the
out
game.
and then a wicket the next ball, does that still class as a hat-trick?
Yeah. It's the end of the over, right? It's the third ball you bowl.
look at the men behind the slips are all clapping along with the crowd.
It's like Jonathan Edwards in the triple jump.
Which idiot do you think was leading that behind the wicket?
McKinney.
Yeah, 100%. Killeen on a hat-trick. Oh, it's right on the money. And Miguel Pretorius does well to keep that out. And rightly, young Mitchell gets a big round of applause. And his old man next to me bursting with pride. 4 now to his name. Run me through your... Can you remember your first innings bowling on County Championship debut?
Yeah, I can again. We looked at it last night.
Did you?
It's just
What
a
were your
sat
figures?
Cricket archive. I think it was 1 for 72 of 23
You take that.
or 21.
Yeah.
I'm very happy with my first wicket though.
Who was it?
Alan Lamb
Yep, you take that as well all day.
on 98, needing 2 to score 100 against every county.
Oh,
First ball, very stiff after tee, and I think it bounced nearly twice.
oh, that's beautifully clipped away off his legs by Archie Vaughan. So similar to his dad at Scary. That ends a successful over. 2 runs, but more importantly, 2 wickets in 2 balls off the over for young Mitchell Killeen. Somerset reeling 123 for 8. Killeen has 4 for 23. Not bad. Please you come on now, mate.
Yeah, it's been nice out here this morning. It's I'll be honest, I'm an absolute nervous wreck watching. I never thought I would be like this, but
Are you worse when he bats?
probably yeah. But I'm just all round. I never thought it was like my mum yesterday. So she was sat in the lounge up on the other side, and she has to move her chair and face away from the cricket. She can't watch them bat at all.
What? They never miss either.
No, they've never missed.
Glenn and Nora.
Yeah,
I'll give them a little mention yesterday. I'm not sure
Glenn
if
and
they
Thora. Yeah, they haven't come down this
Thora,
morning.
sorry.
Yeah, my mum's not. She wasn't very well this
Oh, was she
morning,
not?
so they've stayed at home. So that might be the new thing. Actually, he's done well. They might have to stay at home now.
Good luck with that. I can remember when he played his first game for Burnmore and your dad was absolutely thrilled. He got a bucket hat off the Burnmore lads. He's absolutely thrilled. Styling it out. Oh, Yusuf,
here we
that's in the words of Marnus Alohi.
Yeah,
Well
that's-
kept out by Vaughan.
Did Somerset win the toss in this game?
No, we won the toss and
Okay.
batted and we're a wicket down before 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure I'd want to bat last on this, looking at it.
It's an interesting one. They might have been initially happy with Jack Leach being in the team of trying to get a big score second and doing something similar to what Durham did last week. But Durham have no recognised spinner. Maybe they've read the pitch really well. Solid from Vaughan. I'm not going to big him up, Somerset fans. He looks awful out there. Who's that Durham commentator? Slate now players. I'm not sure it's become a minefield. I think there's been something in it.
It's really made me dare this today, Thorpe, considering I've given up my Wembley trip today.
What's happening at Wembley, mate?
Yeah, I thought you hadn't mentioned that quite
Oh,
yet.
that's a shot. Archie Vaughan gets a bit of width. I did mention it yesterday. I said it's a huge weekend for both sides. Obviously, Sunderland in action. 3 o'clock kick-off this afternoon at Wembley, and Newcastle trying to win tomorrow to get into the Champions League. 3:01. I apologise. Is that for the national anthems or?
I think it's every minute counts. Charity, heart charity, or heart.
Right,
Yeah,
okay.
there's
All right,
something-
cool. Yeah,
I think it is charity. Yeah,
I'll respect that.
it's.
I'll not dismiss it as much as I just did.
We did that yesterday. Alex Lee did that 10:59.
Cody Youssef looking for wicket number 9 for Durham. Yeah, I'm not sure if you picked that up on the stream, but the reason is for a heart charity. Every minute matters, so it's going to kick off a minute later. Sam Dalling, the font of all knowledge. Black and white as well. Kill.
Yeah, I will excuse him that.
Can you remember your first 5?
Do I?
Yeah.
Yeah, my first 5, I think.
He'll know.
Dramatic pause here, just playing.
Ends the over. I'll give you a couple of extra seconds.
Sussex.
He'll have the ball at home somewhere.
Yeah, I think it was Sussex.
Or
It
a
was
stump.
Sussex, yeah.
Impressive first hour for Durham. The day starting Somerset 63 for 3. Now 127 for 8. Killeen 1 wicket away from a 5-wicket haul. Miguel Pretorius just taking his time calling for a jumper there. I think he was that rushed just to get out on the pitch to make sure he didn't get timed out. I'm not sure he had everything he wanted. But more than handy with the bat, Pretorius. He drives that nicely to mid-on. The skipper gets down low and hurls it back to the keeper. We see Bryden Cast just having a little wander down in front of us. With Will Kidman, I'm assuming, hitting lots of white balls at the moment. So I'm starting his white ball skills. So very impressive last week. Definitely see the difference in the two the two attacks, Notts and Durham, with definitely ball speed. Last week, Cass picking up some wickets and a pretty handy caught and bowled as well. One-hander.
It was a nice catch that from Carsey. It's
in your follow-through, always tough.
He didn't quite get his double hop and his follow-through, which might have put him off that. It was good, so...
We'll talk about follow-throughs in a minute. I'm going to blame you. Oh, that's whipped away but can't beat Clark. What is it with all these Durham bowlers especially, but falling over in their follow-throughs? What's going on?
That's just commitment. It's called
Is it? Is that so? It is all you then?
Yeah.
All for the budge.
It's just, yeah, it's interesting. There's a few of them that do that, isn't there? So it's, but yeah, it's just that front foot block. Sometimes when you get that really right, and you look at Woody and the energy that goes through his front foot block, it's no wonder he comes off the floor.
I tell you what, not a great place to land either, right on the pitch. It's like concrete. Oh, Killeen on the money. Good areas.
Be interesting to see how Pretorius plays this year, because normally he's quite aggressive, I think, isn't he, when he bats? So, well, he certainly was when he was here.
Just a word of encouragement, a little bit of advice. Probably no better man to have standing at mid-off. Oh, it's good again from Killeen as this one.
Yeah, I think he likes Ben being there when he bowls. I know he's chatted a little bit about when they were in Zimbabwe pre-season and the advice that Ben passed on. And it's brilliant for the bowlers to have somebody of his experience stood with them on the field.
Yeah,
and then you've got guys off the field like Graham Onions and Alan Walker, even Will Kidman as well. The knowledge that they can pass on is fantastic. You've got a really good group working in and around Cambo at the moment.
Edged. Oh, that is a catch, and that is 5 wickets for Mitchell Killeen on debut. County Championship fiver.
What a
the
catch, by the
clapping
way.
you can hear is not just for the wicket, but for a really sharp catch. I think people at home will really appreciate how close he's standing and the absolute reflex time that took to catch. Brilliant work by Ackerman. 5 wickets for Mitchell Killeen.
Kiddo's looking for me there.
Proud moment for Dad.
I'll be honest, I can't explain what that feels like.
Absolutely incredible. Emotional up here. I'm bursting with pride, let alone you. So that is a really nice moment for Durham and for the Killeen family. Thor, if you're at home watching, I hope you are. I hope you're absolutely thrilled with what you've seen this morning. More importantly as well, from a full game perspective, Somerset are 128 for 9. Great catch. What a catch. And breathe. I bet your phone's going to go absolutely mental now. Andy Fothergill's messaged me for you. What a moment. Durham's catching's been excellent this morning. Emilio Gay taking a couple of sharp chances as well. And that one from Ackerman was a beauty. Pretorius now. Oh, Yorks. Gets yorked by Yusuf. And they're looking for two. There's a bit of a mix-up and then a fumble. Bit of chaos out there. 130 now for 9. Oh, I'm going to have to bloody interview him now.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you going to get a smile?
How did that feel, mate? Yeah, good. That's a shot. Durham will be wary of the last wicket partnership that Somerset had to endure with young James Minto and Cody Yusuf. Put on a really important 50 runs, so it's important that Durham don't switch off here. And look to break this. Matt Henry and Pretorius. Lots of love coming in on the live stream as well for young Mitch Killeen. Oh, that one thuds into the pad of Matt Henry. I love them retro cooker stickers as well. Reminds me of Justin Langer, obviously a man who spent a lot of time down in the southwest.
The old bubble, yeah.
Yeah, so good. Got that one. What's that one called? The Belter, I think it's called, that one.
What was the other one? The Big Kahuna?
The
or
bubble
something
and
like
the old Ridgeback.
Yeah, Ridgebacks were.
Killer was... Sam asked me about bats before and lads potentially not using... Oh, and that one's jammed down by Henry. Killer was a man who could get a bat or two, could acquire a piece of willow. I was just saying there when you're on the phone call that a lot of the lads used to buy some of the handmade bats and then sticker them up. But you've got some good contacts in India, mate, haven't you?
Yeah, well, I had my own business for a while with Paul Carrick and Martin Spate, SCK, which I loved doing. It was a brilliant experience to go out to India and Meerut and see the bats being made and meet all the bat makers and things like that. It was a great experience. Very humbling experience, if I'm being honest. Yeah, go out there and see how they work and the hours that they put in just to make a piece of willow.
Yeah.
It was fantastic. But yeah, I really enjoyed that. And would have liked to have kept it going, really. Things just broke up really a little bit with Spatey went across to Sedbergh and I got really busy with coaching and stuff. But yeah, it was really good trying to pick
some lovely bats in as well.
Yeah,
we had a few myself.
We had some nice stuff for a while.
Well, Henry's away with a boundary and see Durham's field just a bit of an in-out field. 3 slips in place. Matt Henry, dangerous striker of the ball. But then a lot of fielders out on the boundary. That ends the over from Yusuf.
Yeah, it's always an interesting time this last wicket partnership and what fields you actually set. I am a big fan of having that in-out field. Just gives that bowler that. Still do the same things, but without the worry of it just being like slogged to the boundary.
Yeah. I reckon there's one person on the field that didn't want Yusuf to take a wicket there, and that would be Mitch Killeen, who's searching for wicket number 6 now. The adrenaline will be flowing.
Yeah.
4 wickets in this spell. 5 for 24 on County Championship debut. Absolutely outstanding work from the Smiler. He's met with a lovely full face of Matt Henry's back there. Yeah, we were talking last night. Sam Blacklock came down and says, "Who do you want to interview after the day's play?" And I was like, well, I interviewed Robbo last week. He got 100. Kind of top scored with 50. It didn't feel like there was anyone that stood out, so we settled for Graham Onions, who was excellent. I said, just get me one of the coaches. I think somebody stuck their hand out to be in front of the camera tonight. Might be a short interview.
More than likely,
You
yeah.
have to ask some very open questions.
I was taking him out for dinner tonight. Claire's away, so
Oh,
I'm
she-
definitely going to have to take him out for dinner now, aren't I? I guess it's my shout.
As if that would have changed anyway. There's no chance of him paying. Proud moment. Something to celebrate. Oh, not sure if that was an attempted slower ball from Killeen or it just floated up into the slot, and Matt Henry has belted that back over his head for 4. Definitely the way to bat, I think.
I think it
Get
was
as many
a
as you
slow ball.
can, yeah. Just a word from Lees there. Just bowl that best ball. Keep trying to hit the top of off stump. That's where he's had his success today. Might just be getting a little bit tired as well. Lots of adrenaline flowing and coming to the end of a pretty good spell. And that's gone straight up in the air. But it's going to find vacant ground. Oh, and it's going to hit the square and get a good skip. One bounce over the boundary. This is where Durham may just have to get that in outfield again. Protect the boundaries here. As Henry is on the charge. Moves to 13. Somerset 144 now for 9, trailing by 133. A little bit more protection now for Killeen. Deep square leg out and a sweeper out on the offside as well. Still the 2 slips in the gully in place. That's hit, and it's hit over mid-on. It'll go 1 bounce for 4. Matt Henry doing some damage here. And that ends the over from Killeen, and it might just end his spell there. And if it does, it's been a fantastic spell from him, picking up 4 wickets this morning. 148 now for 9. Killeen has 5 for 36 from his 10 overs. 3 4s in that over. Good leveler cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, look, that can happen. It certainly happen. I mean, he strikes a clean ball, Matt Henry, and I mean, he's just got his length a little bit too full.
Ben Rain coming into the attack. I wonder if we'll see a little bit of James Minto, or whether he'll persist with Mitchell Killeen.
Yeah, Cody's only bowled 3 there. He might switch ends, possibly, with the wind.
Yeah.
Wow, it's kind of a crosswind, I think,
It
today.
is, yeah. Coming more from the southeast today. Had some really cold. I don't know if you were up and around last week of the game, but oh man, that wind was cold from the north. Pretorius drives beautifully through extra cover. And this partnership is already adding good value for Somerset. That brings up the 150. I think. I'm just waiting for the scoreboard. No, yeah, it is 152 for 9. Just having a few little glitches there with the scoreboard. And a ripple of applause from the crowd. A few just realising. Oh, Pretorius coming down the wicket and advancing, and
That's a
I've
fantastic
got no
take.
idea how that's missed the stumps. And as Neil Killeen has just said, what a take by Ollie Robinson.
Seen some really good takes in this game, to be fair. James Rue in the first innings
That catch.
took some fantastic takes as well, and Ollie Robinson here has had 2 or 3, apart from the one that rolled along the floor down the leg side. He'll not be happy with
It's
those
just the
guys.
worst thing as a keeper, that looking up, knowing that, as you can hear the wind really picking up. Might just change direction a little bit. Another wild swing from Pretorius.
I think they did say tomorrow was the real windy day, 40 to 50 mile an hour winds
really?
tomorrow. You certainly wouldn't want to be bowling in that, would you? It's
Definitely
you
not.
certainly will end up like me and Ben Ryan then.
Can happen. 152 for 9. Durham leading by 125.
You
Just
may
the one
see a
slip
Ben
in
Ryan
play.
slow ball here.
Oh, I reckon it might bounce him. He hits the pitch hard as he normally does. That will be a leg by. It's such a weird game, cricket, isn't it? You get all the good batters out, nicked off, caught it slip, LBW, and the last pair are in, and every fielder is on the boundary. It's just
I'll be honest, I used to hate bowling at this sort of partnership. Unless you get them quick,
yeah.
then I remember Glenn Chappell smacking 100 here and Chris Silverwood smacking runs here in this sort of situation. Both just good ball strikers, and
You almost feel you don't have the control. Oh, and there you go. Fortune favours the brave. A thick inside edge. And that runs away for 4 more. Matt Henry moves into the 20s. He's 21 off 11.
I think it's more around the mental side of it when
Yeah.
this process is happening, because it like that really annoys you. Big, thick inside edge, gone for 4, and it's like, right, hold your nerve, just keep doing what you're doing, or you go the completely other way and you go to death bowling.
You actually don't want to take the natural variation of the pitch out of play either, do you? That's where you've had all your success. I think, yeah, holding your nerve. I think he was about an hour early on that one. Ben Rain, hands on knees. Getting hit for 2 boundaries in that over. That over going for 9. 157 for 9, and the lead is 120 for Durham. What are we going to do here, Durham? Mitch is not sure if he's still on or who's coming on. Bit of confusion out there.
Cody.
Now Cody Yusuf's going, mate. We've switched your ends.
All with the wind, bit more pace.
Well, star man of the morning so far is Mitchell Killeen. He has 5 for 36 to his name. A maiden first class fifer on county championship debut. Oh, watched by his dad, who is 1 seat to my left.
Well, it's been a good morning, Ash.
It has.
Is that a good omen for this afternoon as well, to make it a good day?
That's what you need to, and you heard Ryan, as much as I did yesterday, speaking around turning good hours into good sessions and then into good days. And I think Durham have started off the day. I don't think they could have started off any better. What they'll want to do now is wrap this up quickly before it starts really closing in on that lead. Pretorius, that's in the air.
Go on, Lazy.
And it's going to clear Lees, and it will go 1 bounce for 4. And this is getting niggly.
It's a tricky one because you can't put everybody out,
No.
because then there's no temptation.
you think it's going to stop the way that they play? Yeah, one slip coming out now. Love the fact that Ben McKinney's making that first slip his own. Got great hands. Big fella, but also a good athlete in the outfield. And that one's clubbed away out to Colin Ackerman. And it'll just be the single.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to working with both him and Emilio next week with the Lions. Both deserved. Obviously, Ben's been involved before, but it's nice to see Emilio get that opportunity to go and show what he's got at that level.
Absolutely. Have you had much to do with Emilio in the past?
Not really, no. Obviously, just met him a couple of times when I've been in and around Durham this year, and yeah, seems like a really nice guy who's really sort of driven to get his game right to the top.
Oh, good thinking from Yusuf. Takes all the pace off the ball, and I don't know how that's missed the off stump. Didn't bounce a lot, as Henry is indicating.
Right, I'm going to walk out the back again, Ash. I'm going to love you and leave you.
Good on you, mate.
'Cause if
Thanks
they
for
get
joining
off,
us.
I'm going to go and shake his hand.
Top man. I love that. Give him a hug. We'll get the cameras on. And the tissues ready. Neil Killeen there joining us this morning. Oh, and that one burst through the hands of Ollie Robinson. They'll get through for a bye.
That was lovely, wasn't it?
Yeah, really. I mean, sometimes cricket just throws up nice moments, doesn't it?
Well, it's ideal because I also, as much as I genuinely did enjoy that, I also have a deadline for Wisdom Magazine
Oh, you're
next
welcome.
week, and that has filled the Durham section perfectly.
Oh, there you go.
What a lovely little story that is.
Perfect.
Dad on comms.
And a bounce there high. And will be given as a wide. Cody Yusuf. Very lonely out there.
It's quite a field, isn't it, given they're 9 down? But I understand it. I do, because they really want to drill home this advantage.
Well, this partnership is dangerous. Was it at 36 at the moment? And nicely driven by Pretorius. They'll look to come back for a second as Alex Lees gets round and does well to prevent that going for a 2.
And this is what Somerset do have, right? They've got depth. Matt Henry's
Yeah.
not really a number 11.
I think you can say that about both sides, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think that we
Yeah,
saw
yeah.
the 50-run partnership between James Minto, who batting at 11, scored 34.
There aren't many genuine 11s these days, are there?
No, I agree. Oh, I thought that was going to offer a caught and bowled there, but it bounces just in front of Cody Yusuf. That ends the over number 37 of the innings. 165 for 9, Somerset. Matt Henry on 21. Miguel Pretorius on 15. And they trail Durham by 112. Definitely Durham's morning, though, so far.
It's difficult to argue with that. I think they'll be delighted. Ryan Campbell doesn't tend to do team talks during a game, does he? He sort of has a word before.
He
and
just
has a
keeps
word
asking
after.
them questions. He's like, how are you going to move this game forward? How are you going to take 20 wickets? I think is what he keeps annoying people with in the change room.
Fair questions, they see.
Absolutely.
Well, they've answered them this morning. It has been a brilliant, only an hour and a half. Lots happened, hour and 25 minutes, almost 2,000 on the stream. Durham fans will be delighted. I can see some of the comments. Somerset fans are not so happy. They enjoyed that chat between yourself as the rain is in. And that is, if Pretorius connects with that is going over the Bannatynes gym.
Might put out the fire.
Yeah, despite it being against the wind. Kept a little bit low. There's still a slip in. Ben McKinney. Everyone else is spread. Caught on the boundary is probably caught on the boundary or bowled are probably the two likeliest forms of dismissal here. Ben Rain 2 for 46. Into a gap. The shouters might get 2 there. Ackerman does really well, but as do Pretorius and Henry. Very quick between the wickets there. Pretorius comes back for a couple. Ben McKinney raises his arms to Alex Lees, who's down at long on. They can't really talk to each other. They're going to have to deal in hand signals. Should I stay in at slip or not? He's got the floppy hat.
Get some flags.
Good commitment.
Semaphore.
I say they can't really text, can they? They have to get their phones in. Get the announce it over the big PA. Hoik. It's gone up in the air. Ackerman's coming around. Can't quite get there. It almost. There's 3 fielders there. McKinney at slip. Ackerman at third. Cody Youssef at deep backward point, and it landed in between all of them. Ackerman was the likeliest. He couldn't quite get there. They just get one.
Perfect geometry. Right. In the middle of all 3. Ackerman probably the closest to it.
And he's quite sharp.
Yeah, still no chance of catching it.
If anyone's going to catch it, he is. Very good pair of hands. Henry happy to just push it down the ground for 1. He's got 22 now from 16 balls. Pretorius 18 at a runner ball. Somerset just chipping away at the Durham lead, down to 108 now. Durham will want psychologically a 3-figure lead. Now just be another one. Happy to keep it ticking over. I was going to say I'll go around the grounds because we haven't done that this morning, but actually maybe we'll do it at the end of the innings. Who knows? We could be here for hours. Could be here for minutes. Could be here for hours. Imagine if Neil Killeen still stood there at 5 o'clock waiting for that handshake.
Well, at least he could do it at lunch, to be fair.
Oh, that's true, yeah. Do they keep going? Nine down, you just keep going.
Won't you?
You just keep going.
Yeah, I love that.
Ackerman goes a touch wider at third. Well, if that delivery is straight, then the innings is over. It wasn't. It was a hoik from Henry. He was looking over the Bannatynes gym again. 170 for 9. 38 overs gone. 75 left in the day. A lot of cricket still left. The rain has stayed away, and actually it looks a little bit less bleak. It's weirdly... Yeah. There's more cloud cover, but the cloud we are covered by is less grey.
There are showers around, but so far we've managed to avoid them all.
Interesting game down at the Oval unfolding. Surrey 162 for 7. Essex made 217 yesterday. Sam Curran is 38 not out. The Aussie Patterson made 51. No Sam Cook at Essex this week for obvious reasons, but giving themselves a shout down there. Sussex 192 for 5 in reply to Hampshire's 154.
Cody Youssef. This one's helped around the corner by Pretorius. He'll pick up another single, 171 for 9.
They were in a bit of trouble at 83 for 5, but John Simpson's past 50. What a couple of years John Simpson is having.
Good cricketer, eh?
Very good cricketer. Brilliant wicketkeeper.
Lovely keeper.
One of the best. Perhaps behind folks. Finn Hudson Prentice, 51 as well. He was having a good summer. Three wickets so far for John Turner. The other quick, Sonny Baker isn't playing for Hampshire. John Turner went on loan to Lancs at the start of the season. I think he played a game up there.
Okay.
He's another one that England have had their eye on.
Definitely one Neil Killeen has spoken about in the past, yeah. Not sure how to describe that one. It's another single to Matt Henry.
That was old school number 11. The sort of bum shuffle back towards the square leg umpire.
Get something on it.
Yeah.
Successfully done. And there we go. That ends the innings. Cody Youssef with a beauty. Full straight leg stump goes. As do Somerset. All out for 172. Pretorius the last man to go for 20. in a handy last wicket partnership with Matt Henry. It's taken the score from 128 for 9 up to 172 all out. We'll go quickly through the card. Gregory was the first man to go, bowled by Minto for 5. I've lost my pen there. And then it was Josh Davey, who was caught by McKinney off the bowling of Yusuf for 24. Lammonby caught Robinson, bowled Killeen for 18. Rue LBW rain to start the day off for 8. And then he picked up Jack Leach, caught by Emilio Gay for 30. And then it was Mitchell Killeen, had Abel LBW, Umeed LBW, Craig Overton, caught by Emilio Gay sharply at gully. And that was 2 in 2. And then Archie Vaughan was caught at second sit with an absolute beauty by Colin Ackerman diving away to his right for 8. And the last man out was Pretorius. He was bowled by Cody Yusuf. I'm just going to leave the pictures to tell the story. I'm sure you'll see an embrace with his old man. Nice moment there for the Killeens. Didn't really look at each other. Bit like breakfast.
Yeah, Neil was keener for the hug than Mitch there, wasn't he?
Too cool for school, Mitch.
Now, I'm sure they'll have an embrace over dinner tonight.
Yeah, especially when Dad pays.
Yeah, particularly if Sunderland get promoted a little bit later on. Fantastic for Mitch Killeen. What a morning for Durham. What if we had an hour and 30 minutes? 7 Somerset wickets have fallen. It's a pretty sorry scorecard, really. I mean, we talked about Durham batters getting starts.
There's a lot there as well.
But weirdly it was Josh Davey opened the batting, so we've got to call him a batter, right?
Yeah.
But it was night watcher Jack Leach top scored with 30, Josh Davey 24, Pretorius and Henry with that late flurry 20 and 23 respectively. But actually none of the Somerset frontline batters. Lammonby made 18, Abel just the 5, Rue just the 8, Umeed 14, Vaughan 8. None of their frontline batters fired, and that's why they are in a little bit of trouble, trailing by 105. They're already back out there. Those lads, the Somerset lads, have probably been in their whites for a while. I doubt Craig Overton took his off, having fallen victim to Mitch Killeen. They've got a bit of work to do. Josh Davey, Craig Overton, Matt Henry and Pretorius, Jack Leach. We're going to take a break. Are we going to stay on? I don't know. It'll be 5 minutes.
No, let's have 5. Let's chill for 5.
You need 5.
Thanks, Ross. Zoom us out. Well, welcome back to the Banks Homes Riverside as Ben McKinney and Alex Lees make their way out to the middle. Durham leading by 105. We'll just quickly go through the bowling figures for Durham. Ben Rain, 13 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 51. James Minto, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26. Cody Yusuf, 8.4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 45. And the star of the show was Mitch Killeen, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 5 wickets on debut for 36. Absolutely outstanding by the youngster. I'm just talking about it off air. That was a really nice moment to have his dad as part of the commentary team. When he was in that spell, he was interrupted by a phone call from fellow England coach Luke Wright. However, he did see them all at the back of the box. Matt Henry is going to open up. We've just got some news from a Somerset point of view as well. And don't shoot the messenger. I'm hearing that James Root is going for an X-ray on a thumb. So he is not keeping. So if one Roo's not good enough, we'll get the other one in. So young Roo is keeping.
Baby goat.
There you go. Matt Henry round the wicket to Alex Lees. On a king pair. He's not going to get a pair as he runs this down to third man and will pick up a boundary immediately to get Durham's second innings underway.
Well, I hope from a Somerset perspective, from a cricket perspective, from James Roo's perspective, that he's okay. Having just got into the Test squad, he's due to captain that Lions team against India A, who've got 2 games starting at the end of the month. I think they play down at Canterbury and then at Northants. So that'll be
I think it's next week, isn't it?
A big blow, yeah. I think it starts on the 29th, 30th. Yeah. So not long. Any sort of fracture, and you'd imagine he's struggling. Yeah,
especially a thumb. Might be a 6-week job. And that's similar to the one that he dragged on in the first innings, but this one from around the wicket from Henry. And Lees allows that one through to the keeper.
Yeah, hopefully it's precautionary. Hopefully they're just going to double check. They had Thomas here in the squad. Signed his first pro deal just a couple of days ago. I think he's so young that they have to go for he's still under all the safeguarding protocols. Right. So I think Shane Berger has to effectively chaperone him.
He's solid in defence.
Yeah, he's a very talented young cricketer as well, Thomas Ree. Hardly like James is old.
Yeah.
I think the good news is for the parents, so Chris and Debbie, they follow the boys around religiously. Right?
I'd be over the moon to get rid of them. Is there another brother?
Well, there's an elder one, yeah.
Is there?
Yeah.
They've not kicked him out of home yet, and then when these two are on the road, they get the house to themselves?
Not at all. They are.
I haven't figured that out yet.
Devout followers, but usually they have to split on the road and go to different places, because when James is playing county championship, Thomas might be playing England under 19s. This time they've managed to stay together, both boys in one place.
Oh, I'd have gone on holiday. Nice. See you, lads. Have a great week.
You love a holiday during the cricket season.
Oh, cut it out. Some of us have got to work.
You set yourself up for that, mate. I just knocked it in.
Nicely driven by Lees. Half stopped by Matt Henry.
We haven't had Vic on yet, have we?
No.
It feels like the commentary hasn't really started. The live stream hasn't really got going until Vic Domain pops in.
We'll get somebody on after lunch. But that was awesome this morning, having Neil Killeen in. Just
brilliant.
Perfect timing with his son ripping through the heart of Somerset's batting lineup. And that's another 4 down to third man. Controlled, and Somerset just need to be careful that this lead doesn't get away from them quickly here. It's already got to 113.
Yeah, Josh Davey has his cap off, so he's going to continue his run of basically being involved from the off of every innings. Open the bowling, open the batting. It's now going to open the bowling.
I can't believe he's not. He might keep after his
opening spell. Yeah. He bowled beautifully in that first innings. Figures of 255, but actually he went unrewarded early on, I think, for his opening spell.
I agree.
He was better than that. He went at 4.58 and over, but he bowled absolutely beautifully around
Beat the
wicket.
bat a lot, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. From this end, from the Finkel end. to McKinney, who's on strike now. 2 slips in a gully. He did end up getting McKinney, but he had switched to the Lumley end by then. It was one that moved back and just took a little inside edge. Good catch from James Rue. Would have seen it late. But yeah, early wickets are massive for Somerset here. Effectively 113 without a loss, Durham. You think anything above 280, 300
Yeah,
to chase.
You don't want to be having to score the highest innings of the game to win. That's what Durham will be thinking now. Can we push this above 300? Possibly with one of their main batters not being able to bat as well.
Wind feels like it's picked up a little bit. You can hear it on the effects mic. Trees are in motion. Flags are going. I don't think those flags are still. It was a relatively still day yesterday.
Switch more round from the south now. South and the east. Hopefully not bringing rain up. Going to get a full session in this morning. Hopefully lots more cricket this afternoon.
Watchful from McKinney. Tom Abel swooping at cover. Are we disappointed with his contribution with the bat? He had a tough game up here last year. It was his first game back after a hamstring injury. I don't think he got many then either. Matt Henry, though, loves this ground. He'll be keen for a bucket full of wickets in this second innings. 4 in the first, 12 the only other game he's played here for Kent back in 2018, I think that was.
And runs.
And runs. Well, that's a beauty from Josh Davey. That's where he'll want to be. It's where he'll need to be. That brand new ball. Archie Vaughan has it in hand, just juggling it from right to left. Haven't seen him have a bowl, haven't needed him. It's been very much a seamer's pitch so far. Durham's decision not to pick an out-and-out spinner, looking vindicated. Oh, 2 beauties in a row from Josh Davey.
Have a little Premier League roundup.
Oh yeah.
After the over.
So what time did those games start?
They start at 12 o'clock.
50 overs, are they?
45 in this block, so we
45.
actually switch to win-lose draw cricket from next week.
Okay. Interesting, they mix it up.
Yeah, it's a funky format. So we play 6 games win-lose, then 11 games win-lose draw, and then the last 5 are win-lose.
Solid from McKinney, end of the over, 2 gone, 8 without loss.
So just down the road at Burnmoor Cricket Club, Tynemouth batting first. They are 37 without loss after 11 overs. Burnett Fielder at home against Ashington. Ashington in a little bit of trouble at 46. Well, in a lot of trouble at 46 for 5 after 10 overs. Felling have got off to a bit of a flyer. They're 75 for 1 after 11 against Sunderland. At Newcastle, Shotley Bridge again in a little bit of trouble. 52 for 4 after 11. Hetton Lions up at South Northumberland are 57 for 3 after 12. And my club, I love the over rate. 16 overs already in 39 for 1 Castle Eden. Matt Henry is going to continue. This has fallen. It's driven down the ground. And Alex Lees will pick up a single off a sprawling effort in the field. You just need to be careful. I don't know if that's Pretorius down there, but it's a dive, and sometimes the Durham curse strikes. That, similar to Neil Wagner last year when he dived full length and his shoulder just popped out a little bit.
Any names to look out for in the Premier League this week? There'll probably be a few short each.
Stanley McAlinden was opening the batting. Durham Stanley McAlinden for Tynemouth. Oh, there's an edge and gone. McKinney tries to play late. Matt Henry gets the edge. And McKinney goes without scoring. And Somerset get the early breakthrough that they wanted before lunch.
Yeah, they wanted it. They needed it. They've got it via Matt Henry. Who else? Got the other opener, Alex Lees, without scoring in the first innings. Well, Ben McKinney has suffered the same fate. Just a little tickle through to Thomas Rue, who has his first catch in first-class cricket. He'll feel I've got no idea if he feels the nerves, if he felt confident
I
coming
doubt
out. He probably doesn't,
Yeah.
but he'll feel a little bit better about life after that catch.
Yeah, I don't know if he was preparing for that, but I watched this morning the Somerset bowlers were warming up, as they do, and Rue was keeping. You normally have one of the coaches with a mitt. But
Okay.
I'm assuming it was him, had the keeping gear on catching. So, yeah, there you go. But thank you. It was actually Ryan Campbell who passed on that information. Very kind, because I definitely wouldn't have been able to tell from here. I've had a shocker this morning with regards to batters and scoreboards and Vaughns and Abels, and yeah, we'll just leave that right there.
Well, so that probably means then that James Reed took the knock yesterday at some point, so he was okay.
There was
He
a couple
feeling good
that I
enough
saw
to
him
bat.
take one on the end, on the thumb, and he was ringing it for a while, but as keepers generally do, they're pretty tough creatures, and they just carry on. So it might have got to a point where last night he's just gone, actually, we might need to have a look at this. So hopefully it's precautionary and there isn't any long-term damage there, but it's best to get checked out. Especially, like you say, there's some big cricket coming for him over the next few weeks. Emilio Gay is the new man at the crease.
He'll want to break into Somerset's T20 side as well. It's a tough team to get into.
Oh, yeah.
He managed to play the semi-final and make 50 last year in the Blast.
Henry continues around the wicket to Emilio Gay, who is looking for a single, but is sent back immediately by his captain.
Durham will be starting to think about that T20 campaign as well. Neesham and Folkes will presumably be
Yeah,
landing
apparently
pretty soon.
Jimmy Neesham apparently in the house today,
Okay.
so I hear. Bit of a rock star in the T20 world.
Oh, yeah. Match winner with bat and ball.
Edged and caught. So a little bit like the second innings of last week's game. McKinney and Emilio Gay follow for 0 in the same over. And Henry has 2. Somerset have 2. And Durham in trouble on 9 for 2.
Yeah, he was just pushing it that one. It was in that corridor. Maybe could have left it alone. Looking at the replay, he probably could have. But when you're in such good nick, you actually back yourself to hit those. He did hit it. It was just a faint little edge through to Lewis Gregory at second slip. And Somerset will feel a little bit better about life. This game is moving forward very quickly. 9 wickets in the session so far. We've still got about 9 minutes to go. Somerset will be looking for another one, a third. Remember that lead of 114. So effectively 114 for 2. There's cries on the live stream, presumably from a Durham fan to ban Matt Henry from bowling another ball. I can't imagine anyone who follows Somerset would be of a similar mindset.
Ban Henry from bowling the ball, please. I like that.
He is. I think I was saying it to George who we had on yesterday that I don't think there are many, if any, better bowlers in playing county cricket at the moment better than Matt Henry.
Yeah, he's a good operator. Grew up on wickets really similar to this, I'm assuming, in New Zealand, where he runs in. He's one of those, it's a funny phrase in cricket, but kisses the surface and just gets that movement and a little bit of seam and a little bit of swing, and at a pace that's good enough to trouble the batsman. That was a nice catch from Lewis Gregory at first slip. And that brings David Bedingham to the crease a lot earlier than he would have hoped. Oh, and he gets a thick inside edge and gets his innings underway. But 1 over from Matt Henry. 2 runs, 2 wickets, Durham 10 for 2.
Yeah, you'd imagine he'd probably...
1 ball to go. See, I'm horrible today.
I did that yesterday. The umpire changed the over.
Terrible.
You'd imagine Dave Bedingham probably had to rush to get the pads on. They were probably out, laid out in front of him.
Probably thinking about lunch, to be honest, when you've gone off there.
Maybe had his white top on, pair of shorts on, thinking, well, just in case.
Last ball of the over from Henry. And Lee's solidly into a defensive push to mid-off. That now ends the over. 2 runs, 2 wickets, Durham 10 for 2. See, I was right all along.
He called it early, that's all.
Yeah.
It's all into
Just
the
see
future.
things, yeah.
Josh Davey, that unmistakable march of his. We'll soon whip that cap off. Quick chat to Lewis Gregory. Very chilled character, Lewis Gregory.
Time for another 2 overs, I think, before lunch.
Matt Henry, I'll be hoping so. Durham might try and slow it down. Make this a 6-minute over from Josh Davey. Matt Henry just having a chat to Josh Davey, maybe offering him a couple of words of advice. Josh Davy's played an awful lot of cricket, but you're never, as a bowler, going to turn down a little bit of input from someone of Matt Henry's ilk. Deep square leg goes out. It's Tom Abel. It's a trap they set yesterday to good effect. Andy Amid's coming across from gully to a sort of short square leg. There's a long leg, couple of slips. Will it be a bluff, a double bluff? Dave Bedingham, they got him early-ish yesterday. Prone to those LBWs, the leading edge, as he tries to just manoeuvre those straight ones into the onside early on in his innings. He does it so well, but just early on.
It's a strength and a weakness, isn't it? And it's that risk-reward that players of his ilk work out.
Pokes at that one. To my mind, Beddingham's the best batter in county cricket. Certainly of the people that...
Big statement, that.
I know.
But I'm not disagreeing, but it's a big statement.
Of the people that are constantly available. You know, I understand people like Root and Brooks play the odd game. But I think Beddingham is the... then there's a lot of very good players out there.
I mean, he's been outstanding for Durham, absolutely no doubt about that. Thoroughly deserves his success with South Africa as well. Oh,
that's a lovely shot. Just pushed it. Alex Lees started to jog. Dave Bedingham just took a step or two down. He knew what the result was going to be. Archie Vaughan. Good effort. But once it was past him and past his dive, we can hear that wind.
Hope Jay's all right up there. Getting pretty blustery up there. But yeah, that's gorgeous from Bedingham. And that's why you say the statements that we make, that's a big statement, but I'm not arguing with that at all. I think he's an absolutely wonderful player, and I'm just pleased he's got the lines of Durham on his shirt and on his badges. All the really good players, they just create time, don't they? It just almost looks lazy, but it's definitely not lazy. It's just the way he plays. We talked about a little bit about yesterday, going back to kind of the generation of cricketers that I grew up watching and admiring, and Mark Waugh was the same kind of, just looks like he's just bats on a different planet to everybody else.
Just gonna have a quick look. I think was it the reverse fixture last year? There was a game here last year where he got runs and made it look easy, and no one else did.
I think it was a real green pitch.
Tries to cut that one, doesn't quite get it away. It was a game Durham won.
It was about a 2-day game, I think.
Yeah.
He might have got 80 or something like that.
And everyone else was really struggling with the wicket. And he just... I remember the Somerset coaches saying it was remarkable. Yeah, Somerset bowled out for 171. Bedingham got 101
there you go.
out of 265.
Yeah.
Somerset lost by an innings. Only Miggy Pretorius passed 50 in the game. Pretty sure, but did Pretorius not get 53, but then was subbed out, concussion subbed out? He got hit by Ben Rain.
I don't know, but
I think
that rings a bell.
Jake Ball came in and picked up Pfeiffer.
Yeah, that's
Tom
right.
Banton couldn't back because he was injured anyway, end of the over, 12:58. Tom Banton was unwell. The way this is going for Somerset, it'll be feeling very eerily similar. James Rue fracturing his hand. Potentially, well, sorry, I shouldn't say that. James Rue having an X-ray on his thumb.
Yeah. Last over before lunch. Matt Henry, 2 wickets already in the scorebook with his name on it. There's a massive debate going on about scones on the live chat.
Presumably, it's
this cricket is outstanding, and 100%.
We get this one a lot on the
I can imagine
Somerset live stream. Wyvern and Dragon is another big one on the logo. There's people that get very. It is a dragon, but Somerset have always been the wyverns. There's wyverns around.
What is a wyvern?
Well, it is a variation on a dragon.
It's like a
One's got
mythical
two-
creature.
well, that's what, as Pete Trigo ended the debate, I thought quite well. He said, look, these are both, neither of these creatures exist.
Yeah.
So you're arguing over mythical beings. Stop it.
I like it. Behave. And Lees drives that one, and Henry does well to get a left hand to that, sprawling out across the pitch. There you go. Somerset is a wyvern. Wales is a dragon.
Well, there's Anthony Gibson, the BBC commentator, would say otherwise. It's to do with how many legs I think the creature has.
Okay. I wasn't aware there was such a variation, but there you go.
And there's your lunchtime reading sorted, Ashford.
Yeah.
You can weigh in after lunch.
I think I'm going to concentrate on my Balti pie rather than mythological beings.
You're in. I don't know if that sentence has ever. Those words have never come out of a human being's mouth in that
There you
order.
go. I like to make history. Lees drives. And Somerset nearly pick up 3 as Matt Henry throws his head back in despair. As that one flashes away. I think it's a Mead at third slip. Not
Just
sure he got a hand to it because he that close. Tough chance.
Very tough chance. Above his head. Needed almost Craig Overton at second and third slip. He's got the height. I mean, he's not a short man, but Overton is a very tall lad. If it had gone to him, it may well have been catchable. It was flying. It still would have been a tough one.
You almost just hope you palm them up in the air. David Bellingham doing the fielding on this occasion. And the players will head off for lunch, and that's maybe a missed opportunity for Somerset right on the break. Durham will go to lunch on 18 for 2. There's been 9 wickets to fall. Is it 9? 6? 8 wickets to fall in the session.
No, 9. They were 3 down overnight.
Oh, of course they were. Of course they were. Yep, 9 wickets have fallen. They've moved. Somerset moved from 63 for 3 to 172 all out. Star of the morning, Mitch Killeen with 5 wickets. And Matt Henry picking up 2 key Durham wickets right before the lunch break, nearly a third. And Durham go to lunch with a lead of 123. We're going to be back in around half an hour. Enjoy your lunch, enjoy your scones, or I'm just going to throw this in there. I love a cheese scone warmed up. There you go.
Yeah, nothing better.
You can probably hear the tractor, thankfully removing the covers from the ground, and we're going to have play a little bit later than scheduled. So that'll have obvious knock-on effects and impact Sam's dinner plans for later on. But Durham resume the afternoon session on 18 for 2. And this game, we keep saying every time we come back on air, is really intriguingly poised here. Durham lead by 123. Durham's aim will be no doubt to try and make Somerset make the highest score of the game, batting last on a pitch that does have variable bounce. Highest score of the game so far is 52 from Ollie Robinson. Somerset's high score in reply was 30 by Jack Leach. So big work for this pair to do, as David Beddingham, hailed by Sam Dalling as the greatest current player in the county championship. High praise indeed. And Alex Lee's stride to the crease, looking to build on Durham's lead. Somerset with it all to do.
In some ways it's high praise, but then it depends who the praise comes from. I'm not sure.
Well, if it's from you,
I'm not so sure about that. An hour lunch break, that's nice and civilised, actually. That is lovely. I'm not sure. I'd like to introduce it, but I think given what time we often get away from these county games, I'm not sure an extra 20 minutes at lunch would help with evening plans. But who knows? Who knows what time this game will finish? It could be all over today. Somerset in search of quick wickets. He had a couple before lunch. Can Josh Davey help himself to one or two early in this afternoon session? Beddingham on strike. 2 slips. That's that. That's Trade's delivery. Just hoping that Beddingham will try and turn a straight one into the leg side. Maybe a bit of an LBW shout. Leading edge, perhaps. Archie Vaughan just having a little bowl at mid-on. I'd be surprised if that's anything more than him keeping himself... Well, it's not cold out there, but just getting himself loose.
Oh, he hasn't got a jumper on, has he? He's probably the only one. Youngster?
They don't feel it. He's got the rag in the back of his shirt as well. Keeps a bit low, that one. Letting him go searching for it. Might be a little bit of dampness. It'll dry very quickly, I think, but just in case the ball needs a bit of a dry, Archie Vaughan is your man. I did see James Rue at lunch. He was back on the ground here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Bryden Cast was having a bowl.
No amputation required?
No amputation required. I did try and trick Somerset's media manager. I said, look, just so you know, he's back. Lost a couple of fingers. If you draft up that press release, I won't tweet it out until you put it on the official website. As a favour, Spence. Driven. Davey gets down. But no, hopefully, he had a big smile on his face. He was chatting to Bryden Cass.
Yeah, hopefully nothing more than some bruising for the youngster. Got a couple of big weeks of cricket coming up.
Oh, yeah. Fingers crossed.
Leading, isn't he? Leading the
He's
England
skipper,
Lions?
yeah. Skipper of the England Lions for those 2 games we were talking about. Canterbury, then Northamptonshire. I mean, they're almost playing a test side. I think India A play India in a warm-up game first in the next week or so. So they're already over here. And then it's the 2 A teams versus the Lions. Beddingham opens up the face. They'll come back for 2. Couple of runs. Thomas Rue has got the gloves for Somerset. No Tom Banton, who would have ordinarily, you'd imagine, would have taken the gloves. He's in the England white ball squad, so not involved here today. Likewise, Bryden Cast. So Bryden Cast is involved here today, just not in the game. He has been out there bowling.
He has. So a bit of update on the schedule of play. So tea is due to be taken at 4 p.m. unless Durham are 9 down.
Right.
And the close of play, very specifically, is scheduled for 6:19 p.m.
6:19. Okay. What happens if we don't close at 6:19?
We'll claim overtime, I'd guess.
Do we? Who do we put those forms into?
Sam
Is it
Blacklock has definitely authorised that already, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, I think so. We'll do a literal mic drop at 6:19.
Get the cameraman to turn the cameras around, turn off the stream. I like it.
Left alone. Good areas from Josh Davey. End of the over, first over after a belated restart post-lunch. 6 gone, 66 remaining in the day. Durham are 20 for 2.
Yeah, I think we'll be a little bit later than 6:19. But it's been such a good first 4 sessions of cricket. I don't think we'll mind. Hope everybody's well. Comments starting to come in on the live stream. Hope you're enjoying the contest. A really good contest between 2 good sides. Durham trying to forge a big lead. Put Somerset under pressure. Somerset really trying to rip open this game by taking early wickets. They've got 2 already. And Henry in the search for 3. And this one swings back in at Lees, but he's up to the task. And drives handsomely through the onside. And that will run away for 4. Beautiful shot from Alex Lees.
Yeah, good balance from Alex Lees playing that one. Now he's into double figures. Henry finished with his hands on his head. Archie Vaughan continuing to warm up that left hamstring in front of us.
Be interesting to see from a Durham point of view if that ball and the outfield is a little bit wet, and that might negate any swing that's in the air. There hasn't been a lot of swing in the game, to be fair. There's been a lot of seam movement, hasn't there? They're not rushing for towels or anything, so it indicates that all is good in the world. Henry continuing around the wicket, and that one's a little bit wider, but probably a little bit fuller as well than the ball before.
Amy's on her way home. Fingers crossed for good internet reception on the train so she can keep up to date.
Oh well, travel safe. Hopefully you do get good reception. You can listen into the dulcet tones of Sam Dalling on your trip home. So Alex Leeds dabs that one out into the offside and ambles through for an easy single. Interesting train journey. Do you have to go to York to go to Scarborough?
You do. Good
Yeah.
knowledge.
Mm.
Good knowledge. Just the street to York. Quick change. Nice station, York Station.
Yeah, it is.
Worst places.
Good
to
platforms. One of the platforms, the outer one's very, very windy if you get stuck there on a winter's afternoon. Done that a few times.
En route to.
Well, wherever. En route home most of the time. You always get stuck on that outer platform. But yeah, good train station. Normally sneak into York for a couple of beers. Good part of the world. Oh, and that one is the first one that's really maybe gone up rather than down. And Tom Rue behind the stumps having a little wrestle with that one, just patting it down in front of him.
Taking the sting out of it. Sensible from him. Lovely moment for him. Well, lovely couple of hours getting out on the field in a first-class game.
Yeah, kind of his brother, isn't it?
So what? So
pretending to have a sore thumb to let his little brother have a go. And again, a little bit of lift. Maybe a bit more effort from Matt Henry.
So how does that work on his Cricket Info page or on Cricket Archive? Because he was not made a first-class appearance.
Do you get to claim the catch as a sub?
Does it just
Or
go
does
down as sub
I
officially?
think it just goes down as sub.
Does it? So it's not a first-class catch. So must remember this in 2 decades' time if Thomas Rue's on the cusp of breaking the
world
record.
records, which could happen.
I'll be the pedant that says, well, actually, I was at Chester Mystery in 2025.
That doesn't count. 5 off the over, 25 for 2, Durham. Lee's on 18, Bedingham on 7. The 2 men out. Ben McKinney caught by Rue, or caught sub, depending on the way that you look at it. Bowled Henry, and then Emilio Gay 2 balls later. Caught by Gregory at slip off the bowling of Henry.
Davey's going to continue from the Finkel end. He's going to come around the wicket to left-hander Alex Lees, as he did yesterday. Couple of slips. Gregory over to 2 lads who have played an awful lot of cricket for Somerset and England. Amid's at gully. Davies really wide. And Lees is defending it. And the sun is poking back out A little bit of blue sky. I think that's us all right for the day, Ash. I don't want to curse it, but
Ooh, we've gone early there.
I know, but
Let's hope so. We didn't lose a lot of time there, did we? What, 20 minutes?
I'm interested to know how we've
19 minutes?
Well, we've lost 20 minutes, and tea is at 4, so it's 4 till 4:20. So we've got a 1 hour 59
Maybe we
minute
lost
session.
19 minutes. Well, we can start early. Cricket's a weird game, isn't it, with all that kind of stuff? Amy, you just calm yourself down, encouraging these Somerset players, please, on the live stream.
Went out for dinner with Amy and her parents yesterday. Polly, Somerset scorer.
Nice meal?
Yeah, lovely meal. The waiter, bless him, misheard my order. He didn't bring my chips, so I had my chicken skewers and my broccoli. But the chips were a little bit delayed, so I didn't mind. You know,
it's like a 4-course meal?
Everyone makes mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not a big deal. It just meant I couldn't. I was keen on eating my fries alongside my chicken skewers, and I had to.
Did you have to wait, or did you get them in the end, or did you
I
just
did
go
get
without?
them. Yeah,
Right.
he said, "Oh, I'll go and put the order in now." You know, life's too short to sweat on these things. Even though I obviously haven't let it go. He's a nice man, though.
Did anybody else in the group have chips?
Yeah, they did. And actually, to be fair, Amy did offer to let me
Good.
have some of her chips.
work.
She was straight in there. She's like, "Why don't you have some of these?"
Yeah. Then you could have maybe gone halves on the new batch.
Well, yeah.
First world problems.
Down the leg side, a cry of catch it. Half an appeal, maybe not even half. Not particularly convincing.
Hence the smile on Josh Davies' face as he walks back past the umpire. We've got umpire Middlebrook at the Finkel end now, and Kettleborough at the Lumley end, changing.
When do they? What is there a protocol for that?
Well, yeah, they
Each
normally
session?
change after the first 2 innings,
Yeah.
and I saw them do something really random with the bail. I don't know what it was at the start for them to choose end, so I might investigate that a little bit further.
This is good from Davey.
My rock and roll lifestyle.
Good from Lees. 25 for 2. 1 ball left in the 8th. Keep you updated and all the scores around the North East Premier League. We'll have a look at what else is going on in the county championship as well. Loads of cricket today. Test matches going on. England women won last night, didn't they?
Yeah, 50 minutes from kick-off at Wembley.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they'll be getting excited down there. Jabbed down the ground. That'll be 4. Fuller, 2 full. Turned into a half volley, and there wasn't really a fielder at mid-on. Matt Henry was almost in line with the stumps. 4 runs. Lees moves into the 20s, 22, 29 for 2.
Yeah, that is the risk and reward, isn't it? I think lots of the bowlers have had success bowling full, but you go 2 full. And Alex Lees jumped all over that one, punching it down the ground. Beautiful timing for 4. So around the grounds, Tynemouth have slumped to 116 for 5 from 34 overs. They're playing Burnmore at Burnmore, just down the road from here. You have Burnett Field, who have Ashington in all sorts of trouble on 89 for 7 after 34 overs. The Felling, 182 for 2 after 33, in a really strong position there against Sunderland. As Matt Henry continues from the Lumley end. Bedingham solid in defence, made a lovely sound off the bat. Shotley Bridge all out for 100 against Newcastle at Jesmond. Hetton Lions all out for 127 against South Northumberland in Gosforth. And Castle Eden are 189 for 5 after 41 overs against Chesley Street. So interestingly poised, a couple of those games, a couple of them not so, with 3 of the sides batting first in real trouble. Bedingham drives and then moves immediately to the leg side in case Matt Henry was thinking about throwing the ball back at him.
One more is the shout from Tom Abel.
Nicely played by Beddingham out into the offside. Good areas, though, from Matt Henry, as you would expect from absolute legend of New Zealand cricket. Spent a lot of time on the county circuit as well. A couple of stints with Somerset, been at Kent. Where else did we say he'd been? Worcester?
I think Worcester for a bit, yeah.
I wouldn't rule out another club, to be honest.
I'll tell you imminently.
But definitely a man you'd want in your 11. Oh, and that strikes Beddingham. It might be a little bit high is the only thing. But wow, that's a good shout. Henry, hands on knees. Somerset fans, it'll be interesting what you think of that in the comments on the live stream. I think I know. But trying to keep it totally neutral, I think that might have just been a little bit high.
He really liked it, Matt Henry. But I think
there was a lot to like.
Yeah, it's hit them on the top of the knee roll. I think the shout was as much because they know how big a wicket that would have been to get Dave Beddingham twice cheaply. I can see why it was turned down. It'd be height. Certainly wasn't anything along the line.
Lee's drives doesn't get all of that.
It's close though. I'm looking at it again.
It's real tight. I think that's one that if you had the DRS system, you'd probably review that.
Yeah.
One, because it was close, and two, because it's David Beddingham. And in the context of this game, he is a huge wicket.
Yeah, Somerset will know that'll be the play. If they can get these two quickly, they crawl themselves right back into this.
Oh, and he just gets two straight, and Beddingham whips it away. I think it's Lammonby there doing the fielding. That ends the over. Durham 32 for 2, leading by 137. Lees is on 23. David Beddingham's on 8. Apologies, I thought I was about to go into a sneezing fit. Had the headset off, ready to run out of the room.
I'd like to have seen it with that. Your hamstrings would cope with that?
Oh, yeah.
Run.
In good nick.
Yeah.
Good nick.
Fighting fit.
I wouldn't go that far. But yeah, I can see that was absolutely plumb. Some say it never looks out to me. One saying that Kiwis don't lie. There you go. I thought it might divide the room.
Davey continues. Beddingham keeps it out. More blue sky.
Yeah, it's trying, isn't it? You've got some really nice blue sky away to our left or over the Don Robson Pavilion. And if you look to the north, it looks like it's kind of a storm starting to brew. So almost right next to each other, you've got two contrasting pictures.
Bang, bang for 4 is the call from the skipper. Beddingham and Lees is who they want. Beddingham and Lees will know that. Their conversation will have been very much, look, well, we're on top here. There's no rush. We've got 2.5 days left. Let's not give them a route back into this. Let's just sap them.
I think this is, I mean, we say every session is vital. I think this part of the game now sets it up. If Somerset can knock Durham over, that is their only chance of winning the game here and now. And if Durham can get a partnership, they almost put Somerset out of the game.
Edged and gone.
Oh.
Craig Everton's huge hands at second slip. Takes the catch down low. There's the big wicket. Dave Beddingham gone for 8. 2 relatively low scores by his standards. Josh Davey gets a reward from the Finkel end. We very much have a game on here. Durham 32 for 3 in their second innings.
There you go. Game continues to move forward at pace. But I tell you what, that's a great catch from Overton. Low for the big man to his left. And Davey gets reward for bowling in good areas. Beddingham goes for 8. Durham in trouble in the second innings. 32 now for 3. What they'll be keeping an eye on, and I'm sure all Somerset fans and the team, is that leaders at 137.
Yeah, effectively 137 for 3. got to think, well, the best score of the game so far is 277.
Yeah.
Somerset's, they'll be going, they would have chatted about it at lunchtime, you'd imagine. They'd have thought, look, lads, we've had a tough morning. It's been a bad morning. If we can chase 240, 250, that's realistic. That gives us a chance in this game. Durham's conversation would have gone very much the other way.
Yeah.
As Ollie Robinson comes out into the middle. 50 in the first innings for him. Quick fire 50. Looked really good, didn't he?
Yeah, he gets the game moving forward as much as anybody, Ollie Robinson. His 50, so valuable.
Top scorer in the game. Comfortably, really, in a low-scoring game. Next best is 41. Plenty of 20s, though. A couple of 30s. Which just show that the pitch is pretty good. But I think both teams have bowled exceptionally. And I'm not surprised because there's high-quality bowlers in both sides.
There is. You would feel, and this is no disrespect to Durham's bowling attack, but their batting is their strength in this game. However, their bowlers really stood up, knocking Somerset over for 172.
10 wickets in the day so far. Still 62 overs left. Robinson on strike.
Games keep ebbing and flowing, which is what we love about cricket. The moment you feel that Durham are just starting to ease ahead, Somerset bite back and take a wicket.
And it'll be relentless here. This is a big test for Robinson and Lees. Because when Davey and Henry have finished, it'll be Craig Overton and Miguel Pretorius.
Yeah, they've offered something different, haven't they, with their height.
Solid from Robinson.
That's a good area from Josh Davey. Right on the money. Right on the money. Robinson likes to feel bat on ball.
Yeah, Tom Abel's gone in at a very short catching point.
He's strong
For
through
Robinson.
that area, yeah.
For that one that just hangs in the air. Maybe wouldn't carry to an orthodox point. Abel's very good in the field. Fuller, maybe trying a Yorker. Driven to Archie Vaughan. End of the over. A wicket maiden from Josh Davey, and it was a big wicket. Dave Beddingham caught by Craig Overton at second slip. Durham 32 for free, effectively 137 for free. That's their lead.
Yeah, we keep saying how well this game is poised. It's absolute thrilling watch. Maybe we deserve that extra 20 minutes at lunch, mate. It's been a lot of good cricket in the first 2 days so far. If it keeps going at this rate, I'm not sure we'll get to day 4 unless there's a bit of weather around.
It feels unlikely, doesn't it, at this stage? We'll have to save our video for the T20 at the weekend.
We can. Henry around the wicket to Lees, who again drives.
Be interesting to see how long they keep going with Henry for. The beauty of having someone like that around, it just lifts everyone. They missed him at the start of the season, Somerset. Then someone like Matt Henry turns up. When you're a player, it's the same as when someone like Stokes, maybe someone like Cast plays. When they're in the dressing room, you look around and you go, okay, we'll be all right because this man can make magic happen. Must be great for the other bowlers.
Yeah, it just takes the pressure off you a little bit. Oh, that one strikes Lees on the thigh pad. A little bit more zip off that one from Henry. And you're right, having good players on your side just lifts everybody a little bit. Going to bring mid on into catching mid-wicket here. I like this. He's hit the ball hard through there a couple of times, Lees, but has overbalanced just slightly. Henry looking to go full and straight. And Lees up to the task. Good chat from the Somerset crew. Really encouraging Matt Henry and the rest of the team. If they want to win this game, this is where they have to grab it.
Great take.
That one darted in sharply there, and young Tom Rue does well to stop that from going for 4 byes. I said 10 wickets have fallen in the day. All action cricket. Just getting into his work nicely here, Matt Henry. That one flying through to the wicket keeper. A good leave from Alex Lees.
Yeah, it's a proper test, isn't it? He's almost he's back in test match mode here, Alex Lees. That's the levels we're talking about, which is so wonderful because it's not infrequent in the county championship to have this sort of contest between bat and ball.
And that's a maiden over from Henry. Another good leave from Alex Lees, 32 for 3. Durham still leading by 137.
I mean, Leeds is a test cricket, right? If he hadn't already had his chance, there's an argument that actually his name would be more prominent.
Yeah.
6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 21 for Henry. Discussion between him and Lewis Gregory. How long can he keep going? Pat on the backside. Maybe that signals it's the end. Maybe it signals, all right, one more. I'm looking around. The problem is the only 2 people I've seen warming up are Andy Ameed and Archie Vaughan.
And they definitely aren't coming on.
Neither of them, I wouldn't imagine in this situation, they will trump Pretorius and Craig Overton. Josh Davies continuing. Big shout for LBW. Josh Davey likes it. The slips like it. Lewis Gregory is screaming.
I think it's done too much.
He was trying to work it into the onside. Jagged back. Ollie Robinson was almost falling over as he was playing the shot.
Give you a little replay here, Sam. Let me know what you think.
That was the initial reaction, wasn't it? That
not the worst shout, but yeah, again, I think it's just done too much.
Yeah, difficult to give that. At best, clipping leg stuff.
Yeah, good pressure from Somerset. There you go, shouts of real close. Come on, Wedge, don't be that guy.
Shot. Overpitched. Driven for 4 from Ollie Robinson. Beautiful. All timing. No need to run those.
Yeah, glorious. And that's what Robinson will do. If you give him an opportunity to score, he will take it. Lovely flowing cover drive from Ollie Robinson. Saw a few of those yesterday on his way to a half century.
Some player, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a great player. Brilliant signing for Durham. Initially signed on loan in the Blast, and then proved a success there a few years ago. Signed permanently. Himself and his fiancée moved up to the northeast, and he's never looked back.
Whenever I hear his name, I'm not going to try and do an impression, but I can just hear Ryan Campbell saying it. There's just a certain way. Like Robinson.
He just draws it out, doesn't he? Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, Kent have messed up their wicket-keeping situation a little bit.
Yeah, him and Cox go, didn't they?
Into the gap. Leach will give chase. Leach does well, keeps it to 1. And the offside. Yeah, Cox went to Essex. I suspect... How to frame this? I think Ollie Robinson is more missed.
From a Gloveman's point of view, for sure. I think Cox was almost came onto the scene as a white ball player, didn't he? And it's done very well.
Oh yeah,
very well. The pair of them both.
He's been unlucky as well with injury to not.
Yeah, I think Ollie Robinson was close to making his Test debut as well. So the pair of them have made moves for the right reasons.
Appeal for a catch. The initial appeal was half LBW. It was very, very high. And the LBW had very little going for it. Andy Ameed pouched it. And they thought, why not try? So Josh Davey almost immediately turned out of that appeal.
It was almost apologetic,
Yeah.
wasn't it, in the end? I'm sorry.
Big smile on his face. Seems to be the way, isn't it? All teams do it there. You've got to ask the question.
100%.
Keep the umpires on their toes.
That's, in the words of Roy Keane, that's their jobs. I tell you what, some really good appealing from Somerset.
It's a better shout.
He's miles outside the line.
Yeah,
to be fair.
that aside.
But it's a great appeal. I'm not against it again.
Bit of pressure.
Yeah.
Bit of pressure on Durham here. Good over from
If it
Davey.
doesn't put pressure back on to the umpire, it's definitely putting pressure on the batsman, knowing that he's in a right contest here, and that it's an excellent over, as you mentioned, from Josh Davey.
We are in a proper contest. Don't know how often Roy Keane gets quoted on County Championship live streams. Apt on the afternoon.
I bet that on that
for
though, that's his job. I bet he gets that quite a lot.
Yeah.
That's his job.
Henry going to continue.
And why wouldn't you? $37 for 3, leading by 142. Durham. Lee's 23. Ollie Robinson 5. And a really good little spell this from these two after lunch. Ollie Robinson getting right outside off stump. Turning a ball probably off stump. Down to fine leg. Matt Henry. Hands on heads. Can't quite believe it. Ollie Robinson's gone. What's all the fuss, mate? Just a little bit more laboured in his walk back to his mark, Matt Henry. Compelling cricket here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Oh, and again, finding the inside edge. Lots of hands on heads, oohs and ahs. There's good noise from Somerset, putting these Durham pair right under pressure. Give us the shin is the shout. Great areas from Matt Henry. Really probing. Making Alex Lees work for everything.
He needs to spend a little bit of time with Craig Overton working on his footwork, though, I think, Matt Henry. There's a couple of times he's tried that little flick over the last couple of days.
He might be a couple of sizes smaller.
That's true.
Craig Overton's massive hooves. Oh, and again, trying to get that one to come into Alex Lees. Matt Henry liked everything he saw apart from Alex Lees just got a bat on it. I'm loving this. This is great county cricket. Hope everybody on the live stream are enjoying it too. A real contest between bat and ball. Matt Henry and Josh Davey up against Alex Lees and Ollie Robinson. A real contest. And whoever wins this contest will go a long way to shaping this game. And there's the shin. A little bit of a kick push from Alex Lees. Little scratch on that one, I think. He'll get a run. Making sure he's outside the line of off stump. Matt Henry looks a little bit perplexed by it all. Alex Lees moves on to 24. Durham on to 39 for 3. He'll get one more ball at Ollie Robinson. Just a chat there between Alex Lees and James Middlebrook.
Gregory gone to leg slip or just for a chat with Jack Leach? I think just for a chat with Jack Leach.
I think that's a good field placing. If you watch the ball that he got away down there earlier, he walked right across his stumps. And what Henry's doing is he wants Ollie Robinson's pads to be in front of the stumps. He doesn't want him to get outside the line. And this one does keep him straight, and Ollie Robinson drives and drives nicely down the ground. And that runs away for 4. It's a great piece of batting by Ollie Robinson. And Good bowling as well from Matt Henry. It was full, but it was well dealt with. Robinson moves in to double figures onto 10. And again, he scores so quickly. He's 10 off 9 balls already. Durham 43 for 3. Lovely batting. Beats the dive of Henry. Beats the dive of mid-off. I think it's Pretorius there at mid-off. And runs away for important 4. Durham lead now by 148.
Proper cricket.
It's awesome. I'm really, really enjoying this.
Josh Davey continuing. 1 for 15 from his 6 overs so far. Lee's on strike. He's got 24. 2 slips and a gully around the wicket. Driven. I think Davey maybe took a little bit of sting out of that. He's on the floor. Is he going to get up all right? He's just clutching the back of his right leg. Maybe the ankle. Taking his time to get up. Little crawl. Up he gets. Wanders back. During all of that, Alex Lees took a single. Probably saved a boundary there, though. Josh Davey, that was hit nice and straight. Matt Henry at mid-on would have done well to get around and cut that off. Bowlers are good off their own bowling, though, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. If you can't be good off your own bowling, when can you be? Save your own figures, but that was good work by Davey getting down. As you said, Lee struck that nicely. Oh,
left alone. Trying to tease him, trying to tempt him. Couple of slips weight, plus Tom Abel at a short catching point. Robertson's got 10 from 10. As you said, Ash, he likes to score at a brisk rate. He's scored a lot of runs since his move up here. One of the better signings in county cricket for the last couple of years.
Oosh.
Goes chasing after that one. Big old swish. Somerset won't mind that too much. What they'll be hoping is he connects with one of those and it goes straight into the bread basket of Tom Abel. Robertson will have other ideas. He'll be looking for boundaries. 50 in the first knock. Highest score of the game so far. 277. Durham made first up. Somerset 172 all out. Durham 44 for 3. Gives them a lead of 149. Solid, and Leach swoops at cover. We haven't seen anyone in this innings yet. What are we? 13.4 overs in, but we did have a tea break, an hour's tea break in between, a little bit of rain in the back end. So both bowlers would have had probably a rub down, bit of a rest, maybe a bit of food. You probably don't eat too much, but when you're bowling,
it's tough.
You need to find a way of getting those carbs, those calories on board without overeating. Driven, nice shot down the ground, but straight to Matt Henry.
It's good bowling by Davey. Very impressive.
.58 overs left in the day after this one, so still a lot of cricket to be played here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Sun's poking out. It's still pretty warm. Wind dropped a tad as well. .14 done. 44 for 3.
Yeah, good work from Josh Davey. But is it time now just to maybe freshen things up from a Somerset point of view and turn to Pretorius, turn to Overton?
I think
Lewis
Henry's
Gregory doesn't think so.
He's the trump card, isn't he, Henry?
Yes. Durham resuming the session on 18 for 2. Have lost David Bedingham. Caught by a really nice low catch by Craig Overton after bowling of Josh Davey. He went for 8. Since then, these two have started to build a little partnership. It's only on 12 at the moment. Lots of encouragement from behind the wicket, as you would expect.
Yeah, what do we have? We had That's Lovely Henners from Tom Abel. Tom Lammonby's singing a bit of Sweet Caroline out there all afternoon. There's been a lot of so good from him. Bang Bang is probably Lewis Gregory in his very distinctive Devonian accent.
A good bouncer from Henry that Alex Lees was tempted into that before pulling his bat away. Well directed effort ball, that from Henry. Archie Vaughan down in front of us, fine leg. Would have been interested in that for just a split second.
That's how he went. It was Lees in the first innings, wasn't he? Bounced out?
Emilio Gay.
Emilio Gay.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, Lees. I remember how Lees got out.
Drives nicely through the vacant mid-on area. He'll get at least one. And Robinson will turn and come back for a comfortable second.
That 150 lead, getting a round of applause.
Absolutely.
Any excuse.
Yeah. Is there a little edge on that?
I think it was.
By Gettleborough suggesting that there was.
I think the way
Alex Lees has just asked him, would you have given me out there, I think.
I think Henry's reaction was to shout yes. It looked like it was a tough chance for James Root. It was not James Root, Thomas Root, sorry. I'd like to have another look at it. I'm going to just rewind my stream.
It's definitely, I think there was. I'm going to say
noises.
I'm going to say definitely, and then I'm contradicting myself by saying I think. Definitely, I think.
I think there were two noises.
And did it carry? Is the other question. Nicely tucked away by Robinson. He'll pick up another couple. What Somerset don't want is for this to go flat here. They want to keep chipping away at Durham. Just created a half chance there. Alex Lees was just looking at the inside edge of his bat, so that might have been a little giveaway there as he sidled up next to the umpire.
I think that is a half chance. I think it has. It's dying on.
Kind of yorked him, hasn't it, as it's gone through, as in the wicket keeper, I'm saying, as he's tried to catch it. Tough chance.
Very tough.
Robinson punches that nicely again on the onside. Jack Leach scuttles, I think, is the way to describe his running style. But that does bring up the 50 for Durham. 3 down, leading by 100. What is it? 155. I think is the lead. Yeah, 155. Good maths from me.
Scoreboard disappeared at the wrong.
It did, yeah. I hate that.
It does it. Try and give it the dramatic pause, then realise it's not coming back in time. Have to own the fact. Right, change of bowling. Looks to me. Josh Davey coming out of the attack. Miguel Pretorius has his jumper off. So he's going to come on at the Finkel end, the pavilion end here.
Looks like his shirt's had a slight wash.
Yeah, that's certainly one that hasn't taken as much of a battering from the red ball. Give it a bit of time, though.
Yeah.
That shirt blowing in the wind. Pretorius, different kind of bowler. Taller. It's a deck a bit harder, a bit quicker than Josh Davey. Still a couple of slips in to Ollie Robinson, who's got 13 from 16. Tom Abel just takes a step closer. He's not quite a gully, but he's a bit further behind square than he was. It's a very short point. Silly point.
Oh, my goodness.
That one sits up nicely. Hit well in front of square, past the fielder at cover. Lovely from Ollie Robinson. He looks in very good touch. Moves on to 17 from just 17 balls. Loosener from Pretorius. I think he'll bowl better deliveries.
Yeah, it was, but wow, was it punished. And this is the difference in the two attacks. You're going to have Pretorius, who's well above the 6 foot mark, and Craig Overton probably taking over from Matt Henry from the Lumley end. And these lads are the best part of 6'3", 6'4", so there's definitely a height differential. Can they extract some variable bounce from this pitch?
Cut away. Beautiful shot, but there is a fielder out there, Jack Leach, at deep backward point.
I love the way when he throws the balls, it looks like his sleeve's about to leave his jumper.
He's a character, Jack Leach. Will we see him with the ball? Well, we will a little bit later on this afternoon, I suspect. Probably not until both Pretorius and Overton have got through their spells.
Saw Robinson immediately go at Jack Leach when he came on.
Yeah, he did. He did it really well, didn't he, yesterday? Right. Left-hander, around the wicket, Pretorius. Deep square leg, long leg. Deep backward point, 2 slips, gully. Big shout from Pretorius. He likes it. Has it hit him outside the line? Is it doing too much?
I think, again, just the natural angle down the leg side. It's another good shout. Somerset not getting the rub of the green here. But again, I think it's the right decision.
Couple of big shouts, though, particularly from this Finkel end. Pressure. Robinson still scoring boundaries in amongst it.
What are your thoughts on that one, Sam?
I'd like to see it again. Just the way given where Lees was trying to play it.
Yeah.
You think it was angled in from around the wicket to his pads.
Rodney Ward says it's missing leg stump. Is he one of your mob?
I don't know, actually. Nice shot from Lees. Just opens the face. Takes a bit of pressure. This is good. Just as important for them to rotate the strike here, so as not to allow that pressure to be built up by that series of dot balls. Liz has just put... So Harry taking 3 for 14 off 7 overs. That's Harry Everett, who is, bless him, a friend of mine. He does the live stream down at Somerset. He's become something of a local celebrity.
Love it.
He's a lovely chap. The keenest cricket badger you will ever meet. Like, he suggests to people at the end of the day, and I don't think anyone would ever do it. Oh, that's a beauty from Pretorius. But he says stuff like, well, look, you can watch the game live, or at the end of the day, why not just rewind the whole stream and watch it from the start? And it's the end of the over, 16 gone, and I haven't got the heart to tell him. Like, he genuinely does that. He will sit in the bath, and if he missed a day's play, he'll watch it back. Yeah,
I'm not going to lie, I do watch the highlights. The
yes,
little
that's
package
different.
that Sam puts through. It's about 10 minutes worth of content on a night time, and just in case you see things differently, or you listen to your own voice from our point of view and go, oh my God, what have I said there? Like getting the batters' names wrong for 15 minutes.
That's why I don't do it.
Yeah.
You wouldn't do 96 overs though?
No, mate, no.
I'm not sure many would, but he does suggest it. But that's because he is on top of all the cricket going on.
I respect his love for it.
His honeymoon was in South Africa, and he managed to convince his wife, Rach, who I was going to say hello if you're listening. There's no way she's listening. I think they took in the England under-19s game to watch Thomas Rue and Archie Vaughan.
Nice.
Bit of Lions cricket.
We are going to see a change. It's Craig Overton from the Lumley end. He's going to come round the wicket to Lees, who clips that away beautifully through mid-wicket. And we'll pick up a boundary. Important runs this for Durham, this partnership. Just starting to build something. 60 now for 3. This partnership's moved on to 28. Key moments of these games. These new bowlers coming on have got to keep it tight. Henry and Davey did such a good job either side of the lunch break, and now it's up to Overton and Pretorius to really carry that baton and drive home the good work that they've done and try and pick up another 2 or 3 wickets here in this session. Oh, and Overton doing his best as Lees drives away from his body. He's not very happy with himself after that.
Yeah, both bowlers have started with 4 balls, haven't they?
Yeah.
There was a shout from Lewis Gregory there, one of your spells, Grego, and that is...
Does he have those, like the Stuart Broad-esque kind of?
Yeah, at county level, so many times over the last decade or so. He will come on, get himself ticking. He'll find a way to turn it into a battle. Most of the time, the batters aren't interested at all. But he's in a zone where he's got a reaction, and so that stokes his own fire. And you can just find those magic 4 or 5 overs where he can change the course of a game, and that's what Somerset need. And that's what Durham need to avoid. Lees and Robinson will know that.
Love it.
They want to get him over.
Passionate cricketers. Lee's playing nicely, dropping it into the offside and immediately setting off for a run.
He really cares. There's a lot around that. There was someone the other week, I can't remember who it was, but it was on social media, who tried to question. I think it was when he didn't play because he had he pulled out late because of a back injury. Someone tried to question his commitment. It's a Somerset. You're just thinking of all the people you could
don't do it.
Commitment you could question. It's the man whose feet are probably in bits all the way through the summer, who would just run through a brick wall.
It's a desperate appeal, that one. And a good quick single off the thigh pad, I believe. It will be a leg by. I saw his brother get really fired up in some of the Big Bash stuff in Australia. Like properly out of nowhere as well. So I don't know if there's just something in them that goes, right, I need to flick a switch here and
I think it's how they
make this a contest.
Going,
yeah.
They have to manufacture it. They need that bit of heat. And your job as the opposite, because Jamie, was he playing as a batter or was he bowling a bit?
I think he was injured a little bit, yeah. So he was playing for the Adelaide Strikers and just... I think a good mark, if you're doing things well as an Englishman, is that the Aussies start to turn against you. I think if you're doing things right, then I'll enjoy your work. But I think, he was just getting under everybody's skin a little bit, and I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
And the job for the opposition at that point is to get them overworked up with players like that. You need them overcooking, and then they just go too far, and then they're not at their best. But there's a simmering point, isn't there, where 100%. Players like that are just fantastic.
I used to do it sometimes. I'm mainly talking about club cricket here, that I wasn't feeling in a contest, I'd just start sledging the bowler, like as a batsman, which is just ridiculous. But that used to get me fired up and switched on. Used to cop a bit in return, but that's the way that it goes. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. But just on the odd occasion where I just felt like it wasn't working, just used to pipe up.
Pretorius around the wicket. Doesn't carry. It was a false shot from Lees, but Immediate Gully claims it on the bounce. Expansive drive. Pretorius finishes with hands on head. That distinctive red mark on the front of his shirt.
Yeah. Lord Dusty's just asked around the replays. Yeah, the replay system that we have is automated, so it will replay boundaries and wickets, but it doesn't replay big appeals and chances.
If you're on a keyboard, the little tip, if you're on a MacBook, is just bash the left-hand arrow. Takes you back 5 seconds. Big appeal from Pretorius. That one's gone. That one looked good. There's been a few that are close. The height looked good. The line looked good. Pretorius has his wicket. Alex Lees has to go LBW for 35. Durham 63 for 4.
Yeah. So that was good areas. The only question on that one is, did he get outside the line? And I think it's a good decision. I think it's a really good decision. I felt that was really close upon impact. The ones before, you could see a lot of the stumps. That one, the stumps were covered. And umpire Kettleborough says, that's good enough for me. And Somerset gets some reward just as that partnership was starting to build to 31. Durham a 31 partnership. 63 for 4 now. That brings Colin Ackerman to the crease.
Yeah, it looked good, that.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Look. Yeah. I think Pretorius knew. I think Lees knew.
On law of averages, the good shouts that they've had, if that one wasn't given, I reckon the conspiracy theorists on the stream would have been piping up as well. But you'd just feel that the world's against you. But yeah, I'm more than happy with that one.
I enjoyed Miggy Pretorius there. Good. I love to see a good celebration. Love to see Colin Ackerman as well. What a player to have coming in at 6. I mean, you was talking about Durham's strength being the batting, particularly in this game, although they have bowled brilliantly. I mean, when you've got Colin Ackerman coming in at 6, who's made hundreds this season, batting at 4.
Clark at 7, yeah.
And his Durham bat lineup bats a long way down. Ben Rain at 8. Still plenty of work to do. Healthy lead. They've got that cushion. 168. They are ahead.
It's umpire Middlebrook at this end gave that decision.
So that looks to me like James Rue is running the drinks on and off, which suggests...
He's got his white trousers on. I think you have to, don't you?
Yeah, but suggests the hand might be all right.
Nah, he's gone, mate. It's gone. Broken in 2 places, I've heard. Yeah. No, I hope for his sake that it is. No, I really... is fine, that is, by the way, not that it is broken in 2 places. Wouldn't wish that on anyone.
First ball hasn't quite carried. Found the outside edge. I think that bounced just in front of Craig Overton.
Yeah.
That second slip, he was down the long barrier. Gets a boundary. Not the most convincing, but Ackerman is off the mark.
That's another one similar to... Was it Overton himself was out first ball?
Yeah.
With one that was just angled down the leg side. Pushed at it a little bit early. Overton's flew to Emilio Gay in the gully. That one just dropped short of Overton himself in the slips.
What a game of cricket we've got
Yeah,
unfolding
love it.
here. I genuinely can't call it. Durham are definitely the favourites. But who knows? Needs one big innings. Yeah, I still think it'll be defined by one big innings.
Oof.
And it might not even be 100, it might be an 80 in the Somerset chase if they can keep it down to 220, 230.
I think if one of the Durham batters can get 50 plus here, that lead will be pretty healthy and it'll be tough for Somerset to chase, but absolutely agree. Couldn't agree with you more, Sam.
It's rare. I
Which
know,
is-
actually,
well,
we
it is.
agree quite a
No,
lot.
we do. We're mates. Well, we work together. Acquaintances, I guess. Colleagues at best.
Very good from Pretorius. I can hear the Somerset fan tractor. He's fired up somewhere as well. Living every ball. End of the over 18 gone. A successful one from a Somerset perspective. Not such a good one if you're looking at this through a Durham lens. Alex Lees, the skipper, improved on his first innings, made 35, batted nicely, but trapped LBW to Miguel Pretorius. Durham 67 for 4, which puts them 172 in the lead.
Yeah, so well poised. 172, just for reference, is what Somerset were bowled out for in the first innings. So whatever Durham get from here, Somerset will need to improve on their first innings efforts. That included a last wicket stand. 44. Between Pretorius and Henry, an aggressive partnership. And on the same token, Durham had a 50-run partnership for their last wicket. So, lots going on here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Riveting cricket. I hope you're enjoying it on the live stream. Robinson driving again elegantly off the back foot. Doesn't time this one perfectly, but will pick up another single. Kick-off imminent at Wembley for our Sunderland fans. I'm sure be keeping a keen eye on both of these games.
Good luck to them.
Is that a strangle down the leg side? It is, and Ackerman walks off in disbelief. The second strangle down the leg side for Durham in the game, and Ackerman goes without scoring. That's a huge wicket.
Yeah, another catch for sub-keeper Thomas Rue, moving smartly to his left, taking it down the leg side. Craig Overton knew straight away. Pats on the back for Rue. A blow for Ackerman. Just those 4 unconvincing runs. James Rue shuffling back on almost straight away. Big smile on his face. Barely got back up in the dressing room. Goes and congratulates his brother. Congratulates Craig Overton. He gave him. I don't know which hand he was having X-rayed. Ash. What did you say?
Oh, both of them apparently.
Both of them. The right one's all right because he's just given Craig Overton a big.
I think I saw him ringing his left hand. If I'm
Okay,
totally
I
honest with
see,
you,
I
yesterday.
see.
I apologise. Ackerman went for 4. He nicked the first ball for 4. But a big wicket.
James Rue is back and he's earning his match fee. Shuffling the drinks on with a jumper. All smiles in that huddle. Got a game
for
on.
5, yep.
Momentum as well. Momentum, it changes in this game. Graham Clark, speaking of momentum, here's a man that can change it very quickly. These two. An hour of these two, I think, wins the game for Durham.
Yeah, you're not far off. But 2 little partnerships for Durham. One of 23 when the world looked a good place from a Durham point of view between Bedingham and Lees. And then I think this pitch is the old 1 brings 2 pitch. 68 for 5, Durham leading by 173.
Let's have a look, see what the biggest partnership in the game is so far. 65 between McKinney and Gay. That's probably it, isn't it?
Yep. So 50 partnership between Davey and Lammerby, maybe. I think there was a 50 partnership.
42. The only other 50 partnership is the 10th Durham wicket in the first innings. Pretorius and Henry put on 44. That was the best partnership in the Somerset innings. How crucial that might be.
Andy Fothergill messaging in, former Durham wicketkeeper, asking, how many do you think we'll need to win Durham? It's a great question. I think 250 would be the minimum that they'll want.
But 220 could quite happily win them the game.
Absolutely.
It's that kind of game. Anything above 200, I think, still gives them a decent shout.
Especially with James Rue in a cast. No, I'm only joking. So another one down the leg side, but it's tucked away by Graham Clark. Gets him off the mark. Yeah, somebody's just asking what's happened to James Rue. He's been for a precautionary X-ray, I believe, but he's been running the drinks off and on the ground. So we're hoping that he is okay.
And in the meantime, his little brother is keeping
he's
wicket.
getting some great experience, good exposure, keeping on a tough pitch. Robinson flicks that away again, down to fine leg, and we'll pick up another one. And not just the actual situation as well. It's a real pressure situation.
Yeah.
Held on to a couple of catches, maybe missed a half chance that kind of yorked him on the inside edge from Lees.
Well, we've got to tell how it is. He did miss a half chance.
Yeah.
But it was an absolute... It would have been a screamer if he had
Absolutely.
taken it. It was not a regulation catch. He's been tidy.
He certainly hasn't looked out of place.
There are plenty of people that think he's going to have a very good career.
And yes, Thomas is sub-fielding and keeping. That is correct. Yeah, all the reports are... There's something special brewing in him down in Somerset. I think England blessed with wicketkeeper batters all the way through. I think there's a young lad called Moores at Lancashire as well that they speak quite highly of. And then you look at the amount look at the actual batters that are on the circuit, the wicketkeeper batters at the moment. I think you could pick a test batting lineup out of all the wicketkeepers around.
There's 10 or 11 of them really, aren't there?
Incredible.
Now, Somerset have got Rue and Banton.
Yeah, well, you've got your 2 Roos and Banton. There's 3. Surrey, you've got Folkes and Pope.
Jamie
and
Smith.
Another guy called Jamie Smith.
Doesn't get the gloves. But Surrey, there was a point a few years back where Surrey's top order was all keepers, wasn't it? Because Burns used to keep.
Yeah, you can keep.
Who was the Irish lad they had as well? Top order batter. Was it Wilson? Gary Wilson.
Yeah, yeah.
They had 4 or 5 keepers when they had Steve Davies. Pretorius continuing from the Finkel end. There was someone else in that Surrey top order. Had Solanke for a bit who kept, but yeah, there's keeper batters everywhere, aren't there?
Yeah.
Cox at Essex.
Mm-hmm.
Rossington's playing T20 only, I think, this year.
Two at the crease. Clark's done a bit of keeping in his time as well for Durham.
Has he?
Yeah. What
Driven.
a shot.
That's a beauty from Ollie Robinson. Straight as you like. No chance for mid-on. He just trots down to the other end, almost out of habit. That was a boundary from the second it came off the bat.
That's gorgeous. Full flowing straight bat. Lovely from Robinson.
Looks in good touch, doesn't he? 50 in the first innings.
Yeah, he struggled a little bit. I think it really knocked his confidence not getting that England call up, and it's just taking him a little bit of time to process it all. But the last few weeks, he looks back to his best.
Driven to cover. 1 ball left of the 20th. But it's going to take a bit of a mental toll, isn't it, when you think you're next in line and you get so close. And then there must be that, what more do I have to do?
Yeah.
If not now, then when?
Yeah.
And that must be hard.
Agree. And that's probably a similar situation that young Mitchell Killeen's found himself in this game.
Yeah. But he has shown that
And yeah.
there will be a when.
Got to grab your opportunity.
That's another nice shot. Pretorius
Wow.
tries to take the sting off it. He can't. Again, even straight to that one. Didn't think that was possible. Robinson runs a couple. He didn't need to, really, because that was 4. 2 boundaries in the over, 20 gone. 78 for 5, leads 183.
It's almost like a forward defence, that. Nothing more than a push.
It was a push, yeah. Samahara has rightly pointed out John Simpson, who we were talking
Yeah,
about earlier.
absolutely hugely rate John Simpson.
What I've liked in, what have I done, a year and a half up here on the comms at Durham, and
I mean, it feels longer.
Yeah. Likewise, mate, likewise. Even with a 6-month gap in between.
Yeah, it does.
Didn't bring my shirt, by the way, today, did you?
I did. I forgot.
I'll come back to it.
Overton to continue from the Lumley end. Clark leaves.
And it comes right down from the top for people like Ryan Campbell and Marcus North. But the number of times I've watched, this youngster's playing, here's the chance. Will they seize it? Yes, they have. Killeen's done it today. Minto did it last week, did it down at Surrey. Daniel Hogg in that game where he picked it on his debut, he picked up 5 for,
7, yeah.
So many times these youngsters come into the side and actually show they're good enough, so the mentality's clearly right. And the belief is instilled in them.
Beliefs instilled in Graham Clark, who in all honesty got a half volley but put it away. And this is a dangerous period of the game here for Somerset, because these two can take the game away from you very, very quickly.
Yeah, and this is what I mean. An hour of this, we've only had 5 or 6 minutes, and what we had 3 or 4 boundaries.
Yeah.
Without any risk
Low
being
risk,
taken.
yeah, you're right. 187 the lead. And yeah, I guess, and you could say similar things about Somerset with the likes of Vaughan and the Roos coming through. That must be a product of a good environment that's being created by the, by the coaching staff. Oh,
Saved
well,
by
that
the
deserved
Saints.
4. That was probably the best shot
Yeah.
of the match. And the stumps have been scattered everywhere.
Yeah, if those 4 straight drives, we've seen 2 from Clark, 2 from Robinson's. That's the best of them.
Wow.
And that's the only one that hasn't got a boundary.
We've cracked the window open here just for a bit of fresh air. And the actual crack off the bat was incredible there. That was a beautiful shot from Graham Clark. And he got 1. So you don't get any
not a
value
fair
playing
game, is
straight.
it?
Yeah, that's what I tell my kids. Just hack it across the line. There's no stumps there to get in the way.
You had your ice cream debt repaid yet?
No,
No.
not at all.
Not expecting it by the sounds
not
of
at
things
all.
either.
No.
There'll come a turning point. It'll be a glorious day, the day it turns.
In fact, I left the gym this morning and the first thing was, Dad, can I have a bacon sandwich, please? So my son works in the retail part of Durham, and I think, yeah. So again, we talked about in the break about feeling good after quite a lot of exercise in the morning. Took the little rooster for a walk, the dog, then went to the gym, and then I've ruined it with a bacon sandwich and all sorts of other rubbish that I've eaten today.
A bit of protein, bit of carbohydrate.
Yeah.
Just having a look at the ball here. Umpires, I think, are telling Somerset they're going to have to crack on. Maybe
Overton's not convinced, is he?
trying to suggest that the battering it took from the stumps has put it out of shape.
It is funny that they are natural products, obviously leather and wood combining, but it can just be one innocuous thing that totally changes the shape of a ball. And we saw sometimes what a change of ball can do. One might swing a little bit more than the other, and you might get lucky and get one that's a little bit newer and a little bit harder than the one before.
Still asking.
Kettlebell give them nothing.
You always get your most experienced, your international player to ask that question. If Matt Henry says it.
Pulled away, but won't beat fine leg. And I think you choose your umpire as well. Like Kettlebell, again, you talk about the experienced ones. I mean, Middlebrook's been on the circuit for a long time now, but Kettlebell, international experience. So an umpire is probably looking at that and going, lads, I've heard this a million times. Get on with it. Yeah, maybe get Matt Henry to sneak up on Middlebrook and go, I've seen how out of shape that is. Rodney Ward says that Ollie Robinson looks like a test match animal. I love that.
He does look good, doesn't he?
A lot of praise coming from Ollie Robinson batting on this surface, saying he looks head and shoulders the best batter on show. And it can't argue with that so far.
Quite comfortably.
His score of 50 in the first innings is the highest score of the match.
And there's some good batters on show in this game as well.
He's 29 from 32 in the second innings. Oh,
Driven.
wow.
That'll be 33. Overpitched. It was there to be hit, and it was hit. Matt Henry will trot. Jack Leach will try and race him. 88 for 5. 193 the lead. Creeping up towards 200. Well, it's not really creeping because it's coming largely in boundaries at the moment.
This partnership's 20 in a hurry, Sam.
Only takes 50, 60 to make this game look very different. 2 slips. Andy Mead. How long does Somerset leave it before Matt Henry comes back into the attack? Yeah, he needs a rest. He's been off for 3 overs now, so not long. Edged and gone.
That's a catch.
Caught by Andy Mead. That was travelling. Robinson was caught in 2 minds. He wasn't sure. Initially, I thought he was going to properly slash it, properly cut it, and he almost half pulled out of the shot. Mead has taken that to his left, behind him. Somerset have their 6th wicket, 88 for 6.
That is a big moment in this game because Ollie Robinson looked in incredible touch, and that was probably the first time that he's just second-guessed himself a little bit. If you watch the players before the start of play, they get slip catches exactly in that fashion. That was run off the face of the bat, and Ollie Robinson is absolutely devastated as he walks off because he knows the impact that he could have had on this game. Durham 88 for 6. Robinson goes for 29. Was it 33? Sorry.
It's a big moment. He just wafts at it, doesn't he? He's slightly unsure of what he's going to do, and he makes what proved to be the wrong decision. A couple of wickets in the spell for Pretorius. He's been a tad expensive. 2 for 22 from 3.2 overs, but a couple of wickets. Ben Rain, who will also score quickly if he's out there for any sort of time. We could be left with a chase of somewhere between 200 and 250, which I think would be fascinating.
Yeah, and it's been great cricket, hasn't it? It's been great cricket all the way out throughout the first few days. 96 for 3. Durham were at lunch after losing a wicket first ball before 11 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, so Alex Lees
Somebody's
will
just
come
put
out to
on
bat last.
Rodney, you plonker on the comments on the live stream. I love that. Yeah, you've reverse jinxed him, mate. You've done well.
I think what the Somerset fans were all doing was channeling their inner Ashford
Yeah.
and just praising Ollie Robinson to the hilt.
I just praise everyone. I'm too nice.
Though seemingly not when you're playing club cricket and you're batting and you fancy a bit of aggro.
Yeah, true. Very true.
Left-hander, something different for Somerset to think about. 21.2 overs. We've had 13 wickets so far today. We've still got 50 overs left. Run rate's pretty good. Above 4 and over in this second innings. Right, we've got a deep backward point. A couple of slips who are going quite wide. Pretorius is coming over the wicket. So they're just giving themselves a bit of extra vision. Back of a length. That might be the ploy to Ben Rain. Try and get the top of that bat. Good pace that from Pretorius, it looked like from here. Good carry through to Thomas Rue.
I like his energy and his effort, similar to Cody Youssef from Durham's point of view. That's the reason why you pick up these players as you're overseas. Give your whole team a lift when they have ball in hand.
Comes around the wicket now. Keep Ben Rain thinking. Not going to allow him to settle. You'd imagine whether or not Ben Rain plays a decisive hand with the bat, I suspect he will have a role to play with the ball and the way this game goes.
Whee!
That one's jumped.
Took everybody by surprise, including Rue behind the stumps.
Yeah, I think it jumped so much he didn't have time to turn the hands around. Ben Rain just looks down, doesn't give anything to the bowler.
Love old cricket cliches. Bang, bang for 8. Brilliant. Put 2 on it.
Rain off the mark. Nice shot. Archie Vaughan does the fielding at a deep backward point. Keeps it to 1. End of the over. Wicket in it. That of Ollie Robinson. Huge wicket. Looked in brilliant touch, but wasn't quite sure what to do with a ball that was just back of a length from Mickey Pretorius. Ended up doing nothing but a real waft. Great catch from Andy Amid at Gully. Travelling. Ball behind him when he took it. 89 for 6. 194 is the lead.
0-0 in the Championship playoff final at Wembley. Not sure how they're going to tell the two teams apart, both in red and white. I wonder who's the home team. Sheffield United would be the home team, won't they? Finishing higher on the table.
Yeah,
so
I think so.
playing in white, I would assume. Yeah. For a Newcastle fan, I really do like the Sunderland strips. Actually, Hummel done some retro stuff for them. Really good, similar to what Adidas are doing with Newcastle. This one's short and pulled away by Ben Rain. So there's an obvious plan to Ben Rain. There's been a lot of short pitch stuff to him in his short stay at the crease so far.
But they'll know if they pitch it up to Ben Rain, he'll go after them. And he's more than capable of doing so.
It's that risk reward, isn't it?
Yeah.
Chance to get him out. That's been the way that the wickets have fallen on this pitch.
They have to box a bit clever here, as someone said. They haven't really got any runs to play with. It's already a pretty big chase in the context of the game.
Yeah, just eking towards the 200 mark, the lead. Nicely defended. Overton just having a quizzical look at the footmarks. .195 the lead for Durham. 6 down. Oh, a tempter from Overton, and Clark resists. A little bit of swing. Old Lord Dusty giving the Somerset fans something to ponder, that their batting has sometimes been best in the fourth innings, that they like a run chase.
Lewis Gregory likes a run chase. And it's his birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, mate. I'm sure he'll be definitely not listening. This one's a bit of an in-swing, and Clark meets that with a full face of the bat and hits it through extra cover for 4. So Somerset will need at least 200 to win. As the lead goes to 199, Clark moves into double figures. Yeah, so Lord Dusty says that in the fourth innings this year, so far they've scored 334 in a loss to Sussex, 325 for 7, and they scored 150 for 5, the latter two being successful run chasers. He says he's still a pessimist, though.
It's been a long time since Somerset won a game of cricket on the road in the county championship. Not last summer. Go back to 2023, Northamptonshire.
Those things do play on your mind as well. Oh, that's a good area by Overton.
I've seen in the football, I know we shouldn't go there too often, but Luke O'Nine's had to go off injured already,
Has
which
he?
is sad. Yeah.
Oh, you're sad about that?
I'm saying, yeah, I genuinely
you?
want them to win. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Just checking.
Yeah,
Not sure
I've-
if you're being like really, really brilliantly sarcastic there or not. And this is edged, and will run away down to third man. It'll be a long chase for Archie Vaughan. He's done well in some of those chases. And again, we see him dive and flick the ball back. Clark's going to turn and think about 4, but Archie Vaughan does well. That run may well be important in the context of this game, but it's another 3 to Durham, and that takes the lead past 200. Durham moved to 97 for 6 as Vic Domain and John Bland, 2 of the ground staff, walk past, keeping a close eye on proceedings.
Yeah, he feels like a. I remember watching him on the documentary. Was it Sunderland Till I Die? I did enjoy that.
It was a good series.
It was also funny.
Yeah.
But O'Nien had a bad, difficult start to his career when they signed him, but he's become a bit of a legend up here by the sounds of it.
Folk hero, isn't he?
Seems like he's a blooming good bloke whenever he's interviewed. So sad for him. No, I genuinely want them to win. I wrote a piece today that Harry was telling me got me some pelters on social media as a Newcastle season ticket holder, saying that I wanted.
Are you wanting them to win to have derbies back?
Yeah.
Is that the only reason, or is there anything else?
No, other than that, I just think
Okay, no, I'm just genuine.
like I don't. There's part of me in his reactions. Yeah, let them go down into the Northern League. That'd be fine. But no offence to Sheffield United, but they will just be a couple of generic fixtures, right?
Yeah.
Pretorius is in. When I think if you're going to watch sport, you want to watch the big games. You want to watch the best. Like Sheffield United would say the same. I'm sure they'd rather play Sheffield Wednesday twice than Newcastle twice in a season. I don't know. But yeah, it's risk reward, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You have a horrible week, but those days will be far more memorable than.
I hear what you're saying.
United. Anyway, 97 for 6, 202 the lead.
Oh,
Beauty
wow.
from Pretorius. Good pace. Clark played down the inside of it. 13 from 12 he's got. Sun is shining.
It is, isn't it?
Properly out, I think, for the first time.
I think we've got a bit of blue sky from where the weather has been coming from this morning as well. So probably the best batting conditions of the day so far. The ball in its 24th over.
Still 2 slips, still a gully. Andy Mead just taking a stunning catch. Just be 1. Jack Leach is out there patrolling that offside boundary. Run rate still above 4. Wickets fallen regularly though in this Durham second innings.
Yeah, lost 2 early doors, 2 with a score on 9, third on 32, 63 for 4, 68 for 5, 88 for 6. So every time that Durham just get a little partnership going, Somerset managed to break through. Being the story of the match.
Tom Abel doing the fielding, giving Pretorius a catch. If you watch any clip of a Somerset wicket on social media, you might not notice it, but you will if you're looking for it. The first person on the scene is always Tom Abel to congratulate wherever he's fielding.
Signs of being a good team, mate.
Straight there, delight on his face. Around the wicket, Pretorius to Ben Rain. Short ball, pulled. Thought about ducking it initially, I think, but it wasn't quite that short. Just steered it round the corner to Leach for 1. That will be the end of the over. 24 gone.
Yeah, 99 for 6 Durham. Clark on 14, Rain on 3. Still 48 overs remaining in the day's play. Durham lead by 204. Well, you asked a question a few moments ago, and that has been answered. Matt Henry is back into the attack.
I think they had to. It's such a crucial point in the game. You've got to play this card.
Let's go the hen. A little bit of swing back into Ben Rain. He really targeted Alex Lees in the same fashion, trying to bowl as straight as he could at the stumps. A little bit of swing from around the wicket. Hits that well, but can't pierce the field. And yeah, Andy Fothergill again messaging, watching intently. I love that fact that loads of Durham ex-players are watching on, still have huge interest and affinity with the club. He's saying that even 3 partnerships of 20 would be really crucial at this late stage of the innings. And that's, I think, if you can break it down into those small chunks. This is short and pulled away by Ben Rain. Some work for Archie Vaughan to do in the deep. Ben Rain touches and comes back for 2. A good piece of fielding by Vaughan as well, but no way you can prevent that second run from happening. And that brings up the 100 for Durham. They've had to work really hard for that. Somerset have taken 6 victims on their way to the 100. But that increases the lead to 206.
Well played, Ben Rain. He's in complete control of that pull shot.
Not in control of that one, which is probably a little bit too full to get that pull shot in. I'm not sure it's the best use of Matt Henry's skills in running in and bowling short. You would think him targeting that good area that he can around the off stump, but let's be honest, he knows a lot more about bowling than me.
A bit.
A lot.
Only a bit.
Oh, a lot.
You reckon?
Yeah. I mean, if it was off spin, I mean, it's a different matter. This is short again and helped around the corner by Ben Rain. And it will run away for 4. And this is the danger with short pitch bowling, is that, again, Ben Rain not particularly in control of that. Manages to get that away for a boundary. And runs do flow. And Somerset want to keep this as tight as they can.
You got some time penciled in with Archie Vaughan at some point as he asked for a bit of one-on-one off-spin coaching. Is that part of your remit here?
He's on the list. Still working through my callus off my 3 games on my spinning finger, honestly. Keep picking at it. And this is short and wide, and it is caught, and can you believe it, Ben Rain disgustingly takes a swipe towards the stumps. I'm pleased he didn't hit the stumps because he might have just got himself a little holiday there. But as we've just said, I'm not sure that's exactly how Matt Henry was thinking about getting a wicket, but it's worked.
Yeah, Tom Abel taking a good diving catch forward in the covers. It just sort of sat up there and hung in the air. You could see the frustration. Ben Rain is fuming with himself. And he felt that ball was there to hit. And you're right. I don't know how far he was away from those stumps, but they would have.
It was close.
Would have needed a new set. It looked pretty close from here, didn't it? And not for the first time in the afternoon, James Root.
He's got some miles in on the old GPS, hasn't he?
There's an argument to say he's working harder as 12ers.
Yeah.
7 down.
Rod's claiming another one there. Says, I told you he was bowling too short. And Minto gets a promotion from 11 to 9. So from 1 to 11 to 9. I said last night I'd be surprised if he bats 11 again.
It felt, looking at him, like he was too good to be down at 11. I enjoyed watching him bowl yesterday. There's a touch of the Sam Currans to the way he comes
100%.
in. Because he comes in, there's something about him.
That
it makes
little
himself,
angle, he gets a little bit closed off.
It's like Sonic the Hedgehog, just like coils up. Makes himself really small. He's that similar height. It's a lovely action to watch.
He's got some work to do with the bat. Durham 105 for 7, leading by 210. And this game moving forward at a rapid rate. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news for Sunderland fans, but Sheffield United have taken the lead in the playoff final.
From a Sunderland corner on the break.
Yeah, it was on the break. It was a nice finish as well. A little dink over the keeper.
Chris Wilder enjoyed it from the celebration I've just seen. End of the over that was. 25 gone. 47 left in the day still.
Still an hour to go there. It's more than an hour to go for us.
I was going to say 6:19 is very optimistic given we've got at least, I think, 3 hours play left here. Tom Abel sent to deep square leg. From where he will charge in.
For 2.
They'll think about 2. They'll come back for 2. Abel is quick, but not that quick. He had a lot of ground to cover there. They would have hesitated when they realised it was Tom Abel, but I think there was comfortable 2 there. Clark moves on to 16.
Lord Dusty says those teams planning on travelling to Taunton in September will now be sweating under the prospect of facing Leach, Vaughan and Bashir. Bashir's just taken 6 for in the test match to bring England victory. Sidabad. It's one of my favourite names, that.
It's not quite at that level anymore, though.
No.
There were a couple of years where everyone went,
why not, though? If that's your strength.
I'm with you, yeah.
Let's just produce generic wickets that everybody can play the same cricket on. Like, if you've got 3 spinners, then bloody create a dust bowl. I'm not against that in the slightest.
And England have got 3. England go, we need some spinners. And then a team creates pitches that allow spinners to succeed anyway. Another argument for another day.
Yeah.
9 for 143, young Sher Bashir has. 3 times as many wickets as he took in the county championship for Glamorgan this year, wasn't it? Did he take 3, maybe 4 across a couple of appearances?
Yeah. Saying that the ECB don't like it. Well, the whinge every time they go to the subcontinent that they play on these pitches, so
Tourists around the wicket.
I don't get it. Northants used to do it back in the day.
Who would
They used
they
to have Swan, Panesar and Middlebrook himself. Jason Brown.
Solid from Minto. Forward defensive on the run. 105 for 7. Leads 210. Leads 213. Stream's behind. My stream is behind anyway.
Yeah, just a couple, mate. 108 for 7.
Should probably use the in-ground scoreboard rather than my laptop. Driven. Nice shot from Minto.
That's 4.
It's hit so firmly. It was just a little push. Archie Vaughan's out there at deep backward point. The ball had a lot of ground to cover. But Archie Vaughan gets nowhere near cutting that off. Lovely shot from Minto.
It was 4 from the moment it left his bat. I mean, it does have the advantage that it's run across a huge square here. But beautiful piece of timing from Minto. Must be good bats then.
Push to mid on for no run to end the over. 7 off it though for Durham. 217 they lead by. They've got 3 wickets left in their second innings. Clark and Minto currently the batters at the crease.
Can't keep your eyes off it. Every ball I'm watching with intent. I'll probably be asleep by 7:30 tonight. In my rock and roll lifestyle.
You might still be commentating at 7:30 tonight, mate.
That's very true. And I'll probably be asleep.
Joining Ross next door for a kip.
Oh, just woke up there. He's got the easy job these 2 days. He's sat on his backside for like 7 hours. Be Henry to continue. Defended by Clark. Things go from bad to worse at Wembley for Sunderland fans. It's Sheffield United score a second. They're 2-0 up after 35 minutes. Saw a brilliant picture. My mate's got his family down there and his son. I think Noah is like 6. And he's standing in Trafalgar Square with a red flare. Do they have VAR in the playoff final?
They do. I think it might be about to go back to 1-0. A couple of Sheffield United players in front of the Sunderland keeper.
It's got to be offside, that. Got to be. Apologies for talking about football while the cricket's on. But yeah, one of the Sheffield, I think it's Kiefer Moore's ducked underneath that one, right in front of Patterson. Looked in an offside position. Clark cuts late, cuts well. Out to Archie Vaughan, who's got a lot of work to do. And a huge vacant area on the offside. $112 for 7. Well, that can't be right either. It's got Clark on strike. I can't see the old scoreboard on our right hand side. So it's 113 for 7. 218 the lead. Nicely defended. Got the VAR, mate?
Yeah. Well, they've gone to the ref's been sent over to look at the screen. I think to determine whether the player is in whatever the terminology is. He's not technically in the line of sight of the goalkeeper. I mean, it feels a bit harsh if they. It's this player on the left.
Yeah, it's Kiefer Moore, I think, isn't it? He's blinded by 2 players in front of him. And Moore does run across him. I think that should be disallowed.
It feels like
and
it should be.
Hugely black and white. Oh, that beats everything from Henry. Beats the edge and just beats the outside edge of the off stump. Rodney, stop it. I know what you're doing.
What's he saying? How well James Minto's batting?
Yeah. Offside. Traps Minto on the crease, but he gets the bat on it. I find it really strange that you can have a whole season, and I'm not saying that it's a bad idea, but I just find it strange that you play under different conditions in your playoffs than you do throughout the season. I think that's 100% the right decision, by the way.
Yeah, I agree.
Although there's so much riding on this game.
Yeah,
I
there's
guess.
so much money. I don't mind it. What I find is slightly odd I know we're talking about football too much here, is Craig Overton's going to come on at the Finkel end, replace Miguel Pretorius, is when within the same competition, at the same round stage, or you can have some games that do have it and some games that don't, depending on the facilities of the club.
Yeah.
Like here, I think everyone knows, right, in the final, they're going to have it. In a certain round, you either have it or you don't.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Craig Overton has the ball in his hand. He's going to have a crack from the Finkel end.
Yeah. 2:18 the lead. 20-3, but we're going to go on a little bit later because there's still 45 overs remaining. 2 slips wait, and it's pushed out into the offside. Now, because we've had a bit of rain, the whole intervals being at a movable time changes, don't they? So tea is fixed at 4 o'clock, isn't it? Because of the rain. We don't wait until 32 overs,
Correct.
which is a good idea.
Unless Durham are 9 down.
Unless Durham are 9 down. Okay. So we would then, rather than once you've had rain, what usually happens if you have an elongated middle session, but when rain's involved, it's that last session. But you and I are going at 6:19 regardless.
Yeah, absolutely.
So around the wicket to rain. No, Minto, sorry, rain's out. Got rain on the brain. Opens the face, picks up a couple more runs. Minto moves on to 6. Pushes that lead past 220.
All these runs vital. These last 3 partnerships for Durham.
That's a beauty from Craig Overton. Doesn't find the outside edge though. That's what he's searching for. Nice shot, good stop. Takes a bit of pace off it. Archie Vaughan, he's annoyed at himself. Keeps it to 2.
.223 the lead.
Free wicket still to take, Somerset. Durham via Clark and Minto. Can they add an extra 20, 30, 40, 50 runs? It's already a decent chase. 2-3-3 on this pitch. In the context of this game, it'll take some getting.
Well, they're probably pretty good batting conditions at the moment. Overheads. Sun shining. Broken cloud above. 223 the lead, 118 for 7.
Are they asking the question about the ball again? No, I think it was just a...
Well, the last time they did, they picked up a wicket, didn't they?
Yeah. Gregory was involved.
28 overs old the ball. 7 wickets, it's claimed.
Doesn't feel like there's that much wrong with it in that context.
Henry just getting his fine leg a little bit finer. Being very deliberate in his field placings. Every run matters here. Be Henry to Graham Clark. Oh, and he drives at that one off the back foot and gets a thick outside edge. And again, Archie Vaughan does the fielding. Had a high volume of work, Archie Vaughan.
It was just like in the first innings. It seemed to be everywhere. Every time he looked up and there was a fielder involved, it was Archie Vaughan. Sign of good captaincy, I guess. You're better fielders being the most involved. So Mabel's been sent back to deep square leg. In front of square.
Solid from Minto. I'm hearing rumours, Sam, that there may be something going on with Cody Youssef and the rest of this game. So Cody Youssef was struck on the head.
He was.
Batting in the first innings. And I'm hearing the word on the street is that he is out of the rest of the game under the concussion protocols, which means that Durham, if that is the case, will be allowed a replacement player.
Okay.
Oh, that's a thick inside edge from Minto. Saw a lot of them off his bowling over the last 2 weeks. But this time he survives. So it'll be interesting to see who the ECB will allow Durham to have as a replacement.
So
Durham don't have many out-and-out fit bowlers.
So it won't be Cast because he's in...
Oh, that would be nice,
England.
wouldn't it?
He's here, but he's on England duty.
Imagine just roping him in. Yeah, you can bowl in the second innings. I'm
Stoke-
sure Somerset would be thrilled at that.
Stokes is finished, is he?
Yeah, get him up. Potts could Potts not come back from?
Oh, that'd be good, yeah.
Let's just see what
So
the ECB allow.
They're not here.
Getting
Ho-
Tim
Hogg's still
Bostock's
injured, isn't he?
Tim Bostock's helicopter from
Yeah,
Nottingham,
that'd be nice.
couldn't they? Yeah. Well, the list of injured fast bowlers. You've got
There's a few
Sam
in there.
Connors. You've got Daniel
yeah.
Hogg, Luke Robinson. Paul Coughlin's just coming back to fitness.
Okay.
So yeah, really intriguing. We'll see if we can get some news on that over the tea break as this story develops. Just a rumour that I'm hearing at the moment, but we'll try and get that confirmed along with the status of James Rue's thumb. What a book that would be.
The book. I was
We've gone away from a band.
You've
James
jumped to a
Rue's
book.
thumb. There you go. Wow.
Right, mate. Concussed Cody and James Rue's thumb.
Concussed Cody.
You go and watch them. Surely you go to Stanley to watch them.
Mate,
now,
that would
on a
be
Friday night.
incredible. I'm there. An early call from Graham Clark. They rush through for a single. Good running. Well, that definitely throws the cat amongst the pigeons if Cody Youssef is unable to continue in this game. So potentially could leave Durham having to select a player that isn't fit to bowl, which I would find incredible.
It's weird how the red tape works, though, isn't it? Why you might find it incredible, it's probably quite plausible, isn't it?
Yeah. I wonder who makes that decision. Will that go to the match referee, or does that have to go to ECB headquarters?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's interesting. We'll see if we can find out, like I said, more information at the tea break.
Okay. The
Should we
Ashford
just,
rumour
we'll
mill.
just march straight into the change rooms or the match refs room, should we, and just find out what's going on?
Well, I tell you what, I wouldn't mind seeing. I know he's as Overton is in. How about a Killeen double? Is he still fit to bowl?
Oh, wow.
Imagine. That would be a story. That would just take the story up another level.
Mate, that
Having
is
just
levels.
watched this boy take a fifer, and Neil Killeen's turned up with a pair of boots.
Mate,
Which
that's
one would get to
incredible.
pick ends? Which one would get priority?
Dad would have 100% pull rank.
I'm paid for dinner tonight, so I'm picking ends.
100%
Okay.
pull rank. What a scenario that is. Nearly as good as our band. Concuss Cody and the James Rue Thumb.
Or Concuss Cody and Rue's left thumb. There we go. We've got the band name. Playing at the end of season award dinner. Whenever you do your talking with Bumble, Ash, we'll get Concuss Cody in the Rue's left thumb to do a set.
Yeah, somebody's put on the live stream that Ben Stokes is available.
I mean, why blooming not, Potts? From a workload management, it's only one innings. It's ideal, isn't it, from an ECB perspective?
Oh, you think so? I mean, that's logical.
Oh, no, we won't go with logic, though.
Yeah.
Well, it's certainly more logical than potentially having to play an
somebody
injured
who's
bowler.
unfit, yeah. Weird. But, like I said, we'll try and find out more information. Tea is just 10 minutes away. Maybe the answers to all of our mysteries and those pesky kids can be solved. Craig Overton still not happy with the ball.
Maybe just trying to get himself going.
Yeah.
Short ball pulled away by Clark. It's gone straight down, all along the ground, though, to the fielder at fine leg. So we'll just be one. Clark moves on to 22. It's 10-4, so we've got time for a couple of more overs before tea, unless Durham are 9 down. There was a concussion sub in the game last year.
I was just going to say, who did Jake Ball come in for? Pretorius.
I think Pretorius, he made 50, I think, having been hit in the head by Ben Rain. I think
That can't have happened.
I'm pretty
That
sure
can't
Ben
be
Rain
true.
bounced someone out of a game.
Oh my God, he's probably got his helmet on his mantelpiece.
Solid from Minto, as he has been since he's come in for his 9 off 15. Yeah, I think Pretorius. I think Banton couldn't bat in the second innings because he was very ill. And Pretorius got concussion subbed out.
And then Jake Ball took 5, didn't he?
He did, didn't he?
Took 5 for Durham earlier in the season as well.
Yeah,
Down at Worcester.
a brief but successful loan stint.
Is he on loan again?
Is he at Kent?
I'm sure I saw a Jay Ball took wickets for somebody yesterday.
I think he might be at Kent. I think maybe both him and Alfie Ogborn went out on loan.
Okay, doke. 8 minutes till tea. 122 for 7 Durham. Leading by 227.
Yes, he's at Kent.
There you go. My eyes did not deceive me. Would you try an over of Jack Leach maybe before before tea?
Would I? Why not? Why not? Something a little bit different.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of spin on day 2. It's been windy, it's been dry. They're still talking about the ball. Matt Henry's looking at it. The umpires are having absolutely none of it.
They keep. It's not subtle, is it? They keep doing it. Josh Davey at mid-on just did the fielding and they're like holding it up as if it's Simba.
Get the circle of life maybe ringing around the Banks Home Riverside.
Well, they're trying to encourage the umpires to get a circle out.
Yeah. Looking at it again, how subtle was that from Henry as he's looked at that right in front of the umpire. And umpire Kettler just turned away.
They've seen it all before.
Chris Talbot says, what happens if the concussion replacement gets concussed? I don't know, we've got to find out. A, if we need a concussion substitute, and B, who that is. Pushed away by Clark into the offside. They're thinking about a second, but Vaughan does well. Good fielding out in the deep. Not for the first time today, or yesterday, in fact. It's been a real asset to Somerset in the field.
So if you're... This is completely hypothetical, right? I'm not saying. But in a world of logic, which is one that we do not live in, and the UCB said, OK, Potts can come back and play. If you're Durham, do you sacrifice the wicket to have Potts as a bowler in the last innings? I think you probably do, don't you? Actually, it's quite an easy decision. As in, he's not. If you go, well, he's not going to be here in time to bat, and you're probably going to have to bowl 20 overs without him. Is it worth it? Again, it's never going to happen. So,
Yeah.
can you sign someone on loan for the day?
Or a session. The problem with being in Durham is you're miles away from everything.
Who's playing club cricket? Who's the
Yeah.
best bowler over at
Oh.
Chester Street today?
Well, the seconds are at home. But yeah, why not? Why not? In fact, I'm going to have a little look at the club scores.
Sean Longstaff's he's got to play in football tomorrow. Otherwise, you could get him in, couldn't you?
We played against him last year.
Yeah, decent bowler, isn't he?
He goes all right. Burnmore 28 for 1 in reply to timeouts, 160 for 9. Burnetfield 24 for 2, chasing Ashington's 117 all out. And another shorter one that... what happens if another one gets concussed? Then we need 2. Oh my God, this is going down a proper...
Concussion wormhole.
What? Yeah. Sunderland 15 for 1 in pursuit of 251 away to Felling. Newcastle 101 for 5 have won against Shotley Bridge. South Northumberland have also become victorious in Gosforth, winning by 6 wickets. And in the last game in the Premier League, Chesley Street are 100 for 1 in pursuit of 225 for victory at Castle Eden. Another bouncer. Matt Henry. Interesting. 4 minutes till the tea break. I'll be trying to maybe hustle through to get 2 overs in. Although it's likely that it will just be the one.
I don't know if you are, though, if you're Somerset. Because Henry's bowled 12 out of 31. And if you're tempted to keep him going after tea, you don't
Give
want
him a
to have
rest.
another one. Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes when you get older, and I'm not having to dig at Matt Henry here as well, that
Don't.
20 minutes doesn't really do much for you because you just stiffen up. But I'm sure the medical team will be into him while he has a slurp of tea, maybe on the physio table. A bit of a massage. Sounds all right, that, actually.
Yes. Sounds like a good session, really. Craig Overton. Probably to finish us off before tea. You never know. Ooh, goes for a little waft, Clark. Keeps it a little bit low. Good take by Thomas Rue. 2-8 the lead. This is good from these two, though. They've just taken a bit of the momentum and pulled it back. Somerset were flying.
Get to the chopper. Could be Pot, Arnie style.
Imagine. That would be dramatic.
Abseiling
wouldn't it?
down into the middle in full whites.
That would be. I'd enjoy that. What's the drive from Nottingham? 3
Probably
hours?
2.5. If you're Potsy, probably a bit quicker than that. I'm not sure if he'll have his car down there. They normally get driven down into those kind of camps, a bit like yourself, to and from match days.
Yeah.
Limo on time this morning?
Just about, yeah.
Just about, yeah.
Difficult to get it through the gate, though, over there, because they only open one half of the gate.
It's true.
Might get 2 there. Now they
No,
won't.
we don't
Archie
want to run
Ball
out
is
here.
very quick. Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
you want. Particularly given Matt Potts is currently
Yeah.
climbing onto a chopper. My desire is still Neil Killeen.
Oh, that'd be incredible.
Do you think you'd have to get the ECB's permission?
Yeah, I mean, even to go onto the field now in the second team, you've got to go and get a heart screening and all sorts. Even
Have
if
you?
so
Okay.
yeah, so unless Killer's probably 3 pints deep as well over in this the sticky wicket.
Do you think that would improve or hinder his performance?
Oh, got to improve it.
left alone by Minto. Who else is there? Will Gidman?
Giddo spent plenty of time on the field for the seconds. Alan Walker, what a story that would be. Overton running back to his mark to try and squeeze another over in here as the clock is on 3:59.
Left alone. Knew where his stumps were there. Minto. Are they going to squeeze another one in? I think they are. Matt Henry hasn't taken the rest option. He is going to whip that jumper off. He has whipped that jumper off. They're going to get through another one.
Umpire's walking very slowly in from square leg.
I mean, we're joking, right? We're in jest, but there's a serious point to this because Cody Yusuf's been concussed. The Durham injury list, bowlers-wise, is a long one. It's why people like Blatherwick and Ball were brought in on loan. It was why Cody Yusuf was brought in on loan. So it could play a part in the game, right? Depending on what they can do here.
100%. So I'm hearing officially Daniel Hogg is the replacement. As Matt Henry goes past the outside edge. I will find out at tea, how fit Daniel Hogg is actually to bowl.
Because he's injured, right?
Well, he has been injured, and that is the reason why he hasn't been part of the squad for the last few games.
And that seems, from a welfare point of view,
It's crazy.
given how protective the ECB are trying to be about young bowlers.
Yeah, so just to confirm that Cody Yusuf, Durham's overseas bowler, was struck on the head in the first innings and has now been ruled out of the rest of the game under the concussion protocols. And Daniel Hogg is his replacement. We will find out at the tea break how fit Daniel Hogg is to bowl.
It just seems...
I believe, and I'm hearing rumours again, that's edged and down to third man for 4. That's a good delivery from Henry, who looks disgusted with life as he stares down to third man where that went. But it's an important 4 runs for Durham as the lead goes on to 233. Clark moves on to 28. Durham on to 128 for 7. I'm hearing word on the street is that Durham wanted Paul Coughlin to be the concussion replacement. However, the ECB have deemed that Paul Coughlin is an all-rounder and not just a fast bowler. Now, I've done a little bit of research,
Right.
because that's just the kind of guy I am. You know how I am into stats and that. Paul Coughlin has averaged 10 with the bat in first-class cricket in the last 3 years.
But more than that, Daniel Hogg
Yeah.
was injured. Coughlin, you said, was coming back, but presumably was further ahead.
So he's played a couple of club games.
Okay, right.
For Hetton Lions. Actually scored 100 last week. But I'm not sure his bowling has been limited. Yeah.
I just think
Cricket's a weird game.
with a young fast bowler,
So I'm assuming Daniel Hogg will be up there with the pads on. As Minto drives pleasantly but won't beat Lammonby in the covers. And as we speak, Paul Coughlin and Graham Onions are just coming around the ground to probably just increase Paul Coughlin's workload with his bowling. So it looks like Durham have been forced to play somebody who isn't fit. But we'll get more news on that at the tea break. Minto drives and drives nicely. Doesn't perfectly time it. We'll get 2.
and I can't.
Don't try and work it out.
Because even if you go, right, okay, he's unfit. Well, how can we get around this? Well, we'll do sometimes in football, a team scores a goal and you might let the other team run through and score one, right? You do he can bat.
Somerset just kick the stumps over a couple of times.
Well, more that Coughlin does, right? You go, okay, right, I'm an all-rounder, but I'm actually fit, so I either won't bat. You don't have to go through the facade of him walking out there and treading on his own stumps. But do you know what I mean? That's surely
have
more
to
logical.
retire out at 10.
Yeah, surely more logical than playing an injured player.
It's mental. Anyway, that is the tea break. Sam and I will try and get our heads around the craziness of this game of cricket that we love. 131 for 7 Durham. lead by 236. Graham Clark and James Minto head to the pavilion. Clark on 29, James Minto on 11. And this game just keeps throwing up different possibilities and probabilities. Basteleda back in the house as well. So there's another option, probably more in the all-rounder mode that you would say, so fair enough. But I agree, just say, right, he can play, but he can't bat. There we go. We're going to leave you there. We're going to have a break for about 15 minutes and try to investigate and ask all sorts of questions whilst having a brew. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. Well, welcome back to session 3 of day 2 and what has been an action-packed game here in the Banks Homes Riverside. This Rothesay County Championship game moving forward at pace. Durham 131 for 7, losing 5 wickets in that session. And Somerset in desperate need and want to wrap this up as quickly as possible, because that lead for Durham is at 236. And while Somerset have had a good history recently of chasing down some scores, I think this will be tough work.
It's a big chase. It's felt like the last half an hour or so was relatively sedate in the context of today. That partnership between Clark and Minto, 26 off 48 balls.
Get on with it.
How crucial will that be? We had that news just before tea that Cody Youssef has suffered a concussion in the first innings. So Daniel Hogg, who has been out injured, it remains to be seen how fit he is to bowl. Durham's injury list is such that that's the only person
It's incredible.
that they're being allowed to use. Paul Coughlin has been deemed an all-rounder. They're not able to bring him into the game, the ECB have declared, so instead Durham have to use someone who isn't fully fit, a young bowler. Seems like madness, but that will potentially shift the dynamic a bit. And it also changes a bit when you're a batting side and you know the target. If Somerset know they need 250, they know they need 280, 300, those are big targets. There's certainly no lack of time. They'll have 180, 200 overs to do it in, you'd imagine. They need to take these 3 wickets. Still plenty of twists and turns in this one, I think. Durham definitely in the driving seat. Andy Mead just sorting the stumps out, straightening them up. I was about to say Ricky Clark there, Graham Clark. He's going to take strike. 29 from 38.
Could do with Ricky Clark's bowling in the second innings.
He's an all-rounder, mate. Miguel Pretorius into Clark, who drives it to Lammonby cover for no run. He's probably playing in... What's he playing now? He's a lovely man, Ricky Clark.
I've got no idea.
He was getting a load of stick last year because he plays for his local village team, and it happens to be West Hampshire League Division 7, so he was being called a bully for scoring hundreds. But
could be called worse, couldn't he?
He was just playing with his mates. And as he said, like, what do you want me to do? Go out there and not score runs?
Sangakkara down in the southwest playing like Division 4 or something?
Yeah, there was a story about that, wasn't there? Not a bad player, Sangakkara.
Oh, my goodness.
Left alone by Clark.
I'll never forget I played... it was Gordon Mutchell and Gareth Breeze had a joint benefit year. We played a game at Durham School. Beautiful setting and lots of famous ex-Durham players. And this old blob got the call up. And I managed to score some runs. And Kumar says, it's been an absolute pleasure playing with you. And I was just like, mate, you can't be that nice a guy to lie like that. No, I never got the chance. He was out by the time that I got in. But I would have loved that.
Imagine.
But yeah, like I said, Chandapal were there, and it was a lovely day. Yeah, I'll never forget that. It's been a pleasure playing with us. I thought, mate, are you kidding me? Of all the cricketers in the world that you've got to play with, you've got to play with this fat slob. It was good fun. It was good fun, and just
sounds like quite good fun.
Yeah, it proves what a good human that he is.
Is
he not head of the MCC
proves
now?
What a good batter you are. I thought was
what you would say. That was obvious.
Yeah, he would. Who knows? Wasn't he? He's a politician for a bit, wasn't he?
Oh my goodness!
Big shout for Abu Dhabi. It's been given. It's been given. Miguel Pretorius has struck in the first over.
Oh wow!
After tea.
There's a lot going on there.
I think it was LBW rather than caught behind it. It carried through to Thomas Rue. It looked like it nipped back and struck the pads. We'll have another look on our personal replays. Yeah.
Back leg, maybe?
I think that's nipped back in, hit the back leg. And I also think Graham Clark's reaction suggests he knew what was coming there. He just looked down, waited. He didn't hear the finger go up. No. That's the wrong thing to say, but he heard the reaction. He didn't look.
Big wicket straight after the tea break. Pretorius strikes.
Just what Somerset needed, just what Durham didn't need. 131 for 8. Mitch Killeen, fresh off his maiden first-class fifer County Championship debut achieved with his old man on commentary. What a lovely moment that was.
Yeah, it was. It was a really good feel-good moment of the day. But a lot's happened since then.
And there's a lot still to happen.
Mm.
Clean on a pair.
Yeah, we want to get that first run underway as well. I think his dad was saying he also made a duck on debut, he said, didn't he?
Yes, they
Batting
checked
at
it
number
last
9.
night. And then there is the Durham attack. Then if you've got Ben Rain, but then 3 effectively under 19s, right? Well, Daniel Hogg's a bit older than that, but you've got Minto. What a challenge for those 3: Minto, Killeen, and Hogg. You ideally wouldn't have all 3 together in a game of this stature at the moment. Anyway, Pretorius is in. Short ball that Killeen sways out the way of one. A little bit extra in that one from Killeen. There's a gully in alongside those 2 slips. Tom Abel at a catching point. Well, we said it had been. Well, I said it was a bit sedate before tea.
Certainly woken everybody up, hasn't it? I reckon it'd have been lively on the balcony over the tea break as well, with the umpires coming up. I can't imagine that Ryan Campbell and the Durham staff are too pleased.
Well, if we think it's silly, not just silly, but dangerous, illogical.
Yeah, imagine like
just
what
wrong.
happens if Hogg gets
Well, that's
re-injured during this game? Like, where does the ECB stand on that? Like, yeah, wicket maiden for Pretorius to start after the break. Huge moment in the game. As the dangerous Graham Clark goes LBW for 29. Be interesting to see the thoughts of the guys on the live stream. Josh Davey, I saw him warming up out there at the tea break. Practicing around the wicket stuff to the left-hander, and that's exactly what he's got in front of him at the moment. James Minto is on strike.
You reckon there's some good news on James Rue?
So
You've got a source.
the lovely Poll, Somerset scorer, she's done a bit of digging for us, and apparently there's no break, which is really good news. There's obviously quite a lot of discomfort to go and get that x-ray. But yeah, no break, which is really good news. Minto drives, and we'll pick up a couple down to third man as he turns and races back. Every run vital in this contest. Minto on to 15, 135 for 8, and that lead up to 240. Or have I jumped the gun? I have again, haven't I? It's a lie. I've just lied to everybody. Lied to 1,405 people. It's 238 the lead.
Assuming there's only one person around each laptop or phone, maybe they're all...
Oh, well, yeah, we've lost one. Minto solid in defence.
Plenty of cricket left today, still 37 overs left after this one.
Yeah,
If
I'm
Somerset
not sure
do
that 6:19 finish, Sam.
we'll lose 2 overs if Somerset do.
Yeah, but that's 10 minutes, so it's actually more time.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, you're looking at 2 hours, 10 minutes worth of cricket, probably maybe a bit longer. Not seen any spin yet in this second inning.
No.
Haven't needed it.
Minto pushing out into the covers again. No run.
Don't really expect to see any of Jack Leach or Archie Vaughan. Spectators for the time being.
Archie Vaughan continuing to warm up in front of us, just reminding his skipper, you know, if you need me, Skip, I'm there. Looking a bit like the figure out of stick cricket. Have you seen that on the old...
Yes.
Brilliant, just down in front of us.
I played a lot of that at school. A lot of that.
This one down the leg side, and Rude as well. Tumbling down to his right.
One of the most satisfying sounds in life, hitting a 6 on stick.
Oh,
cricket.
yeah. I'm going to ask a question from my ignorant point. Can you tell the difference? Is that normal Roo back behind the stumps?
It's normal Roo's number.
Yeah. Do you reckon his brother's nicked it or not?
I think that's still Thomas.
Okay. That's what threw me, that he had the 55 on. It's pushed again out into the offside.
Because the lovely Polly did tell me yesterday that if Thomas was on the field, he'd have number 45 on. Maybe he's only got a short sleeve shirt. Yeah, she's a Thomas Roo subs. He's number 45. But James Roo is stockier than Thomas. I think he's got broader shot. I don't think it's him.
So now he's still got the grey Nichols gear on, I think. They're sponsored by different people. Oh, I'm pushing you here, aren't I?
You're beyond my sphere of knowledge there.
133 for 8.
I think they're getting to a stage there, aren't they, where probably next season it's going to have to be initials on shirts, isn't it?
Yeah. True.
Excellent. Very, very good.
Sitting here with a smug look on my face. Yeah,
I wasn't initially sure if he meant it, and I looked over and I've just seen a child smiling at this.
The small things in life, Sam.
He's just been told he can eat as much Haribo as he wants and has no bedtime. Pretorius. Beats the outside edge. Maybe keeps a little bit low. Maybe Killeen was on the back foot to one that he perhaps could have stayed on the front foot to.
So I'm going to throw my neck on the line, and I've been terrible at this, but Mitch is actually a decent batter. Colin Howe says it's definitely Thomas Roo keeping.
It looks like it from here.
Thank you for that, mate. But Mitch is a really, really capable batsman. Didn't show that in the first innings. I'm hoping that we see a little bit of that this afternoon. But he'll be really nervous out there.
Short ball.
It's a good bouncer.
It was well directed. He played it really well. Got his hands out of the way. Watched it. Flew free to Thomas Roo behind the stumps. Still 1-3-3 for 8 here. Durham 8 down. Last man in will be Daniel Hogg. He's coming as a concussion sub for Cody Youssef.
Again, somebody else who is capable with the bat. Obviously, not capable enough according to the ECB.
Would you classify him as an all-rounder? I thought maybe I don't want to get into too much trouble.
Yeah, I think from the ECB's point of view. Imagine if they sent him in front of Killeen. Mitchell Killeen is actually classed as an all-rounder as well. We'll send him in now.
Somerset seeking these last couple of wickets. 2-3-8 is what they'd be chasing if they were to pick them up without another run being scored.
It's good challenging areas from Pretorius. Be buoyed by that big wicket straight after the tea break. Durham's last recognised batter, and Graham Clark going LBW. When I said to Polly, do you think you can win this? She was like, yeah. Such enthusiasm in her voice. She said, yeah, we knocked off more than this last week.
She's a lovely lady, Polly.
She's quality.
She? Insisted on picking up the bill for me dinner last night, which I was...
Oh, she's even better now.
Kind, yeah.
She keeps going up. Hope she didn't pay for your chips.
Don't know, actually. Looks after me, does Polly.
We all need those people in our lives.
Yeah. Very good from Pretorius. Maiden over, but equally as good from Mitch Killeen. Nothing flash, nothing risky. Solid. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 32 for Pretorius. Yeah, Polly and her husband Dave came up, said hello to my little girl when she was about 4 weeks old. They popped in. I think they're going home. They've had quite a journey actually, because I think they went up from Taunton. They stayed in Sheffield for a night, and they went to go and pick their daughter up over in Scarborough. Came up here, and they're going back via Shropshire.
Oof.
So they're putting some miles in.
Absolutely. Amy headed back via the train this afternoon. She's home safe, if everybody was concerned about that. Back commenting on the live stream. Nicely played by Minto, but unable to beat the field. Amy says she thinks she'd buy the whole team food and pay for it.
Oh, she would. She'd insist. She said, it's a lovely thing she said to me. She said, no, I'm paying for dinner. And she said, when you're as old as me, you just have to do that for other people coming through. It's like, okay. I like that philosophy, Paul. I can buy into it.
Yeah. Nice touch. She says Amy says she feels like a celeb. Minto pushes this into the offside, and this time will get a run as Lammerby comes around and does the fielding. A few of the Somerset boys starting to acclimatise to the northeast. There's 3 out there in just shirts now and no jumpers. Archie Vaughan, the toughest of them all, been in just his shirt all day.
Is he a Yorkshireman? He probably would be. Sheffield.
I think he might have been. I think his dad was actually born in Lancashire originally. Maybe I don't know why. I've got Rochdale on the mind.
Yeah, you might be right. Well, they're back across in Cheshire now, I'm pretty sure.
Are they?
Well, Michael is. I'm sure he plays paddle somewhere. They're all obsessed with that.
I had my first game of paddle while I was working away the other week.
Any good?
I loved it.
It's very popular.
Absolutely loved it. Bit of a hybrid between squash and tennis. Killeen solidly onto the front foot defending.
Eccles is where he was born, Greater Manchester.
There you go. I don't know where that is in the context of Greater Manchester, but I knew there was a bit of an anomaly before with him being born in Lancashire and playing for Yorkshire. Killeen yet to get off the mark on strike. Minto on 13. Durham lead by 238. Nicely played, but won't beat the man at catching mid-wicket. And Diomede in there.
It's a fascinating Wikipedia page he's got, Michael Vaughan. And the personal life section. Just free of the oddest... It's 3 sentences you wouldn't expect to go together. There's a thing about who he's married to. Then in 2006, he bought a house valued at £1 million on a luxury golf course development in Barbados.
Sounds all right.
In 2012, Vaughan carried the Olympic torch through Hillingdon for the London Olympic Games. Vaughan is a second cousin of the actress Catherine Tilsley, known for her role as Eva Price in the ITV soap Coronation Street.
Well, I did not know that. Killeen drives on the up and gets his first runs in County Championship cricket as that one races away across the square for 4. Lovely looking square drive from Mitchell Killeen.
He said the boy could play. Confidence is everything as well.
Yeah.
He may have taken a bit of confidence
I hope
out
so.
this morning.
I hope so, because he'd definitely be nervous out there. That will help. Not sure I saw his dad play many of those shots.
Would he have been classified as an all-rounder as well?
No. His nickname the Magnet at one stage was his left shin. That's nicely played by Killeen, and that ends the over 5 from it. That lead up to 200. Where are we? I'm a little bit behind on that. 243, I think.
243.
There you go. Maths is still working.
Pretorius jumper off. Distinctive red shirt. Well, the red mark on the front of his shirt. 27 on his back. 3 wickets so far. Can he pick up a 5 first? With the end, Mitch Killeen secured his 5 for this morning. Miko Pretorius can do the same. Somerset will have a chase of around 243. They come around the wicket to Minto, left-hander. He's been out there 33 balls for his 14. 2 slips. Immediate gully. Well directed bouncer. Well watched. Ducked underneath it. Almost lost his footing. A couple of steps backwards. Good from Pretorius. We're going to expend that energy in the short ball because it does expend a lot of energy as well, quick bowlers.
For sure.
You need to make them count. You don't want them 2 feet above batters' heads and them just being able to stand there and watch it. Deep square leg gets sent out. Short ball. Half a shout for a catch. Andy Hamid, watch it loop over his shoulder at gully. I'm not sure
Right
there was
off the
any
head,
bat
I think.
in it. I think that was a helmet job.
Yeah.
And that.
Oh my God.
No, I know your scenario.
Durham's full bowling attack being concussion subs.
And Makodi Yusuf has already been concussion subbed out.
You've got to remember this kid's 17. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be bowling bouncers at him, but this is really brave that he's able to compete. And not only compete, but succeed at this level is absolutely outstanding from the young man. He's going to have a little concussion test with Susan Dale.
He took it on. The plan was he saw a deep square leg go out and thought, okay, that's what I'm expecting. I'm going to take it on.
See if you get any... You can hardly get a word out of him at the best of times, young fella. He's like, yeah, I'm fine. Leave me alone. Little smirk on his face. Had lots of love from Norton Cricket Club. The other day, his home club, their warm-up had an iPad right in the middle of the warm-up, and you could just see them watching. And when he got to 50, the messages came flying in.
Beautiful.
There you go.
Just checking whether he needs another helmet. I thought they were mandatory changes, but maybe that's only in test matches.
I think some of the ones you buy in the shop. So we had this conversation the other day. One of my mates who plays at Chesley Street was looking at buying a helmet for his son. So the top of the range helmet has a crumple mechanism in it. So when it's hit, so the person doesn't absorb the main blow, that whatever it's made out of, whether it's plastic or fiberglass, that crumples to disperse the force.
Ah, I see. So those,
which is brilliant.
yeah.
However, then it's going to cost you another 200 plus quid to buy a helmet. So he says, sorry son, you're getting the 120 quid model because if you can get hit more than once on it. So I know a lot of these guys over the winter had head scans, so you can replace the shell, but the inside of it is actually moulded to your head.
Yeah. Pretorius around the wicket. Short ball again. Minto ducks underneath it. Testing period this for him.
Yeah, this is unbelievable experience for James Minto.
Oh, yeah. He's dealing with it very well. I was going to say standing up to it well, but he's not. He's ducking and weaving.
He nearly got knocked on the floor by it, let alone standing up. Better news for Sunderland fans. It's 1-1 at Wembley. And again, taking it on.
It's well directed, that from Pretorius. That's a really difficult ball to play. Minto tries to take it on. The angle was making it tough around the wicket. 4 dots from Pretorius. Will he keep going? Will he chuck in the Yorker? Pitch one up. He'll be waiting. He'll be hanging back for that short one here, Minto, you'd imagine. Just waiting to duck and weave.
I see Joseph Emerson firmly in the Minto camp. Love it. He doesn't need anybody's help by the look of it, mate. He's a strong kid. Good lad. If you know a little bit of a history about James, which I'm sure Joseph probably sounds like he's somebody who is familiar. He's been through enough in the last few months off the field with his battles, and this is a battle he'll be relishing, the young man.
Absolutely.
Standing up against Somerset's overseas professional and doing it well. Love it, Minty. Well done. And And I guess the other thing to remember is that Minto might give it back when Pretoria's butts. We saw him a concussion sub himself last year.
I'm not sure
at this ground.
I'm sure anyone's really criticising.
No, I don't think so.
At all. I think
so.
it's quite the opposite. Looks a proper player. Only bouncing him because they can't get him out the other way. I think that's a compliment, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a ploy.
First class half century to his name last week.
Absolutely.
I love watching him play. I mean, I've seen him live once, seen a few clips of him. Hopefully we'll see him a lot more over the next couple of years.
I think you made a really good comparison with Sam Curran earlier. Oh, that's a good edge. Davey just came a little bit wider on the crease there, drawing Killeen into defending at that one, and a lovely edge through to Gregory, who takes Killeen's catch for the second time in the game. Killeen goes, and that's another wicket down. Durham caught Gregory, bowled Davey. Just a really nice piece of bowling. Just ran his fingers over it, straightened a little bit. Skillful piece of bowling there. 138 for 9. Killeen goes for 4.
Yeah, it's a perfect dismissal, isn't it, really? When you're a seam bowler, find the outside edge. There's James on the pitch now carrying the drinks again.
Or is it?
It's definitely James, really.
Dan Hogg is the new batsman batting 11. Concussion substitute.
I was about to ask if you had a run at James Minto all the way, strolled out of shot.
As if he
How
needed it.
ironic is that? That's what Durham should have done.
No, that's good. That's really good.
James Ruse grinning and giggling away, enjoying himself as well. He's getting a bit of stick from Craig Overton and Lewis Gregory. Probably already telling him that his brother's got a better chat and they'd rather stand next to him in the slips all day.
Hogg pushes away out into the offside. Just having a look at my shot. I don't know if it's my Wi-Fi or not, but my stream is going a little bit giddy at the moment. Glitchiest, I think, is a word that the kids would use. Well, there you go. Amy's just used it. Makes me feel down with the kids. Might have to get Sam Blacklock down to work his magic.
I was going to say, if you ask for technology advice, he's the Sam, not me.
Of course, let's put 50 pence in the meter. Hogg, nice shape into that one. I quite like this game is kind of being like the streamers at the moment. It's a little bit on fast forward. Not sure if my comms is matching up with the pictures.
Yeah, you're currently talking about caramel sauce on the Porridge restaurants.
Can Durham get that lead past 250? Hogg moves nicely into that one.
Two 4-3 currently the lead. 250 chase would be fascinating, wouldn't it?
Yeah, sets up nicely.
250 chasing the best part of 250 overs.
That one finds the outside edge of Hogg's bat. Love it.
Wait for the inevitable harsh comment.
It is Davey into Hogg. Hogg drives nicely and will pick up one. The score is 139 for 9. The lead 2-4-4.
I feel like if I join in, we're basically stuck doing that.
Could be a long afternoon.
Imagine 33 overs of that.
Sam's on his way down to the rescue.
And so what if it's working well in some places? So they're just like, they're interested in that. What are those two idiots doing?
Yeah, that's probably said that quite a lot.
It takes logo for that. There you go, Pretoria's ball now. He's got 3 for. Won't be able to get 5 because I'm simply just one more wicket. One for Hogg on Minto. Hogg on strike. Crease lips.
It is well made up the overrate.
Cut away for no run. It doesn't quite carry first. Really awkward one for Andy Mead to deal with as well. It bounced half. Now the message is now there. Looking into the use.
It's cricket Durham style. He's put on the yard. I like it.
False start.